Howdy, howdy. How's it going? On a subjective level, of course. Subjectively, life is donkey. Gonna do the same as usual, ethics, change my mind, all that type of stuff. And reading Emil Saran until people start actually commenting. Exactly, the person on the left. Hence why I said reading Emil Saran until people start commenting, because that person was here for approximately 2 seconds, and then they went skedoodle. I'm out of here. Thinking should be like musical meditation. Has any philosopher pursued thought to its limits the way Bach or Beethoven developed and exhausts a musical theme? Ever after having read the most profound thinkers, one still feels the need to begin anew. Only music gives definitive answers. I've heard that yesterday. Of all human beings, the hero is the one who thinks least about death. Yet is there anyone who has a greater unconscious longing for death? Thus, Paradox defines the hero's condition. He enjoys the voluptuousness of death without awareness of it. Spirit means reunification. What would be the point of a second reunification through heroism? Heroes abound at the draw of civilization during pre-Homer and Gothic epochs when people when people not having yet experienced spiritual torture satisfied their thirst reunification through a derivative heroism. There is no link between the divine and the hero. God has no heroic attributes. Jesus is a hero only to the extent that he is human. Up to Beethoven, music was redolent. Up to Beethoven, music was redolent of heaven. Beethoven's heroic tumult stripped divinity down to human trauma. I don't know of any music more political than his. Marks the triumph of the world, but does not venture beyond it. Titans are no longer attractive once we think of God. Imitations of God, supreme indifference renders man's revolt utterly pointless. To be a hero only in the eyes of men is a paltry thing. There is no consolation in dying like a hero, misunderstood by the gods. Interesting. I don't know what he's saying quite there, other than the fact that heroes are kind of egoistic and ignorant of the world, and even the gods are like, LMAO, we don't get you, bro. We were live, and it's been 5 minutes. 5 minutes, and one person entered and left the stream. Someone's watching me on Facebook? Or is it just me watching me on Facebook and it's just glitching? Howdy do, whoever's watching, unless it's me, which then, yo, how's it going, Brand? Pretty shitty. If I start watching myself like this, should go to 2. Yeah, there we go. So there is someone watching me. Cool. What's boppin'? I'm just out here big chillin'. Might be able to hear the birds chirping away and shit. I'm gonna talk about ethics. Yep. Gonna talk about ethics. And read some Emile Cioran, Sears and Taint. Sears and Taint. Amen. No, Tears and Saints. But honestly, Tears and Taints is a more accurate title because this man is a pussy grabbing maniac. He's just out here fucking all the hoes back in Romania. This dude was a mad lad just going after the Saints, getting that blessed punani. I don't fucking know. But Emile Cioran was a mad lad. He has some lewd poetry. What would I do without Dutch landscape painting, without Simone and Jacob Rollusk or Vandar Neer? Their landscapes awaken in me dreams animated by sea breezes, drifting clouds, and twilight colors. All of them are a commentary on melancholy. Trees and desolate patches of water under a sky too vast for their size. Herds grazing, not grass, but infinity. Men who don't seem to go anywhere, frozen in expectation under the shadows spreading over the land. It is a universe whose mystery is intensified by the very light itself. What the fuck is that pigeon doing? Whatever. It's not part of the book, by the way. There's just this pigeon in the tree that's making a bunch of noise, flying, flying back and forth. I think it's attacking a different bird. Didn't know pigeons got territorial. Whatever. Vermeer van Delft, master of intimacy and confidential silences, shows us this portrait of his interiors, how to render silence palatable without abusing the technique of charismo, chirisicro. I don't know how to pronounce that. It's a weird foreign word. By contrast, Jacob Rasmunde, more of a poet than a painter, works with infinite spaces in which silence becomes palatable through whatever that word is, of monumental proportions. In his paintings, you can almost hear the silence of twilight. Such is the wistful charm of Dutch landscape painting, to which is added an intimate fragility without melancholy would not be poetry. I guess he really is into the Dutch landscape. So anybody watching from the land of wherever Dutch folk live, I guess it's like the Netherlands. If you live in the Netherlands or something, wherever Dutch folk live, apparently Saran is jealous of your landscape that you live in. Shout out to you guys, I guess. From me and Dead Boy Saran. Holy shit, that is a long passage. Okay, I'm gonna not narrate that out loud. Let's just skip that. Okay. And go back to it some other time. All great ideas. No, fuck that one. Could everything be so totally devoid of meaning? Every time I look up at the sky, I am unpleasantly reminded that there is no history. Time is a consolation, but consciousness defeats time. There is no easy therapy against consciousness. Negating time is an illness. Purity and health and life are the apotheosis of futility. Eternity is rot, and God a creation in which the human worm feeds on. There are many thinkers and dreamers who would never feel the need for God. Sadness without the need for consolation does not guarantee a religious experience. Those limited on sadness per se are strangers to God. The absolute is a specificity, tonality of sadness. So if you're a real sad boy, you might have religious experiences, but if your sadness is limited, I'm a very psychopathic slash neuro. I don't really have strong neuroticism, so I'm not a very big sad boy, but I get sad boy every once in a while, but not very big sad boy. And if there are limits to my sadness, and I'm not a religious person, I've never had religious experience, so Saran might be right on that one. My based boy. Pascal established the difference between God and the idea of God when he distinguished between the God of Abraham and Job on one hand and the other philosopher, God, on the other. One must add to his distinction the one between Bach and the rest of music, Teresa of Avila and the rest of the saints, Recula and the rest of poetry. This man loves poetry. The organ is the cosmetology of tears. It has metaphysical resonance, not to be found either in the cello or the flute, except possibly in the lyrical expression and their infinitely subtle nostalgic vibrations. But the absolute resonance through which the organ, it is at least human, it is the least human instrument, and it gives the impression that it plays itself. By contrast, the cello and the flute exhibit all human flaws, transfigured by supernatural regret. I guess he's a real big fan of the organ. He thinks that's a real holy instrument. Uh, Probably just because of like how I mean it is really like weird and complex. It has like airflow and shit going through it. Like yeah, organs are cool. So to be fair, if I was like real big fan of music, I'd think that organs are like the trans. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that fucking word. Is like the transcendental version of music. So I'm pretty based, I guess. You happen to walk into a church one day, you cast an indifferent glance at your surroundings, and suddenly the organ's powerful harmonies burst forth, overwhelm you. Or, one melancholy afternoon, as you stroll endlessly through the streets, a meditation of a cello or the sigh of a flute arrests your progress. Could your solitude be then be less than divine? Yeah, you're just enraptured by the music, and he thinks it's divine. Truly beautiful. Yes, yes. The viewer who is on Facebook now has abandoned me. Truly a tragedy. And now it's just me and Twitch bot. Unless there's someone on Twitch actually watching me, which then, yo, hi, how's it going? What's poppin', G? Forms and colors burn vertically in El Greco. In Van Gogh's paintings, too, objects are flames and colors burn. But horizontally, spurting out into space, Van Gogh is El Greco without God, without heaven. An artist's center of gravity does not explain his formal structure and style so much as his inner atmosphere. For El Greco, the world throws itself towards God, while in Van Gogh it collapses on its inner chaos. Very nice, very nice. Where is thy Vip? My naked bean? Very nice. Full of loathing for the world, we feel that we must rid ourselves of feelings based. They are the cause of all of our pointless commitments, prompting us to stay a cowardly yes to reality. Mad with fury, we fall into fits of secular saintliness and compose our own epitaph. Thus, we save our lives as if we were a variation of theme. Here lies. That's a weird way to end that. I don't know. Maybe he didn't know how to translate it the rest of it. Who knows? Prayer is the martyrdom of the spirit prompted by fear of solitude. That's Life is legalized, consecrated absurdity. Thank you, Saran. That's a nice one. Life is a legalized, consecrated absurdity. That is a worthwhile tattoo if I ever hear of it. If I were to get a tattoo of words and be cringe, I would do that. The task of a solitary man is to be even more solitary. Thank you, Saran. Very cool. I'm reading emails, Saran, Tears and Saints. The dull sadness of monasteries wore an emptiness into the soul of monks, known in the Middle Ages as acredia. Like nausea welling up in the desert of the heart, acida is a religious spleen. It is loathing not of God, but in him. Acida gathers into itself the meaning of all those Sunday afternoons spent in the weighty silence of monasteries. It is Baldier's soul in the Middle Ages. Ecstasy creates its own divine landscape. Acid disfigures the landscape, bleeds sap from nature, poisons life with anumy, which only we, accursed mortals, can still comprehend. Modernity is no longer monastic solitude, though our souls are our cloister, but a void and the dread of inefficient derelict God. For the medieval monks, God was even when he seemed dull, cruel, or absent. Or a seed has turned God into an ornamental crowning of all of our doubts. For our skeptics, the absolute has always been purely decorative. What is poppin', by the way? I'm just gonna be reading until someone pipes up and starts talking with me. So, if you don't want to hear me reading Saran for a long time, may as well say hello or something. Dude, I used to ask people this all the time. Saran says, "Tell me how you want to die, and I'll tell you who you are." In other words, how do you fill out an empty life? With women, books, or worldly ambitions? No matter what you do, the starting point is boredom, and the end, self-destruction. The emblem of our fate, the sky teeming with worms. Baldiers taught me that life is the ecstasy of worms in the sun, and happiness the dance of worms. Based Saran. I used to always ask people when I was bored, like, how do you want to die? And you could tell a lot about a person by how they want to die. If they just want to go peacefully on their deathbed, they're a boring as fuck person, not worth your time, real normie. If they want to go out crazy, it's just like, fuck yeah, this guy's awesome. Interesting and not an NPC. If they're just like, oh yeah, I don't know, I don't want to go out in certain ways like this or that, then you're a little pussy, but it's understandable, I guess, now that I'm a philosophy major. But back in the day, I used to ask people like how they wanted to die because I was an edgy motherfucker, I guess, and you'd understand a lot about a person by how they wanted to die. So no joke. Saran gets it. Have you looked at yourself in the mirror when nothing stood between you and death? Have you questioned your eyes? And by looking into them, have you then understood that you cannot die? Your pupils dilate by cleared of terror. You doing philosophy at school? That's cool. I was doing philosophy at school. I dropped out of college. Now I guess I'm technically still doing philosophy at school, just not right now. Because I dropped out of the 4-year college that I was going to. I now basically just go to tech school for business ethics. I'm going to be going for basically a certificate in business ethics. So it's still going to be philosophy and ethics, just from the perspective of business. Frankly, I was a philosophy major for a bit, but it was just required to take Spanish, man. I can't deal with Spanish. I can't. I really can't. And frankly, I don't know. Some of the other classes I had to take, I just didn't really want to take them. Frankly, I no longer had fun in school, and it was just like wearing upon me like all the time to like even care about my degree. So I was just like, fuck it. I'm not gonna torture myself for a useless fucking diploma. So I dropped out. But I'm going to a tech school to get a certificate in business ethics. So there's that. So I'm not out of philosophy yet. I'm still gonna be spreading my negative utilitarianism and EFILism and antinatalism to all the good folks at NWTC. So no longer at St. Norbert, but now I'm at NWTC. Heyo. Have you looked at yourself in the mirror, having nothing stood between you and death? Have you questioned your eyes? And by looking into them, have you then understood that you cannot die? Your pupils dilate by the conquered terror, and more impenetrable than the Sphinx. From their glassy immobility, a certitude, strangely tonic in its brief, mysterious form, is born. You cannot die. It comes from the silence or a gate meeting itself. The Egyptian calmness of a dream facing the terror of death. Each time the fear of death grasps you, look into the mirror. You will then understand why you can never die. Your eyes know everything, for in them there are nothing. There's specks of nothingness, which assure you are nothing. More can happen. Basically, nothingness is God, and God is consistent seeing your own eyes. Apparently, from Saran. Whenever Saran says nothingness, you have to basically assume that he's talking about God. So that's basically what I assume he was talking about there, is you could see God within your own eyes, like the void. So, and hello again, F12. We're just so you big chillin'. Is my hair dry? Yeah, I'm gonna be right back. I want to do my hair. I was letting it dry when I was out in the sun, and I basically keep my hair straight down when I let it dry, so that way I can style it however I please. Indeed, I'll be right back. See, look at that. Now I'm looking like a real fuckboy. Ayo. Looking fabulous. Praise the law. We got someone watching me on Facebook, and we got someone watching me on YouTube. I'm gonna take a gander and see who it is that's watching me on Facebook, just because I know everybody in, not everybody in the group. I know a lot of people in the group. Oh, Heba, person that added me today, basically on Facebook, and just joined the Suffering Focus Ethics group. Oh yeah, and the person who's watching me, Unit F12, if you want to, you can feel free to join the Wisconsin Suffering Focused Ethics Facebook group. That's what my group. It's called Antinatalism, Ethilism, and Suffering Focused Ethics Wisconsin. Feel free to join. We basically just I'll post my live streams there, and I also basically share EFIList content and antinatalist content, pro right to die stuff, veganism, basically all of the stuff. And anybody who wants to share anything related to those topics is welcomed into the group to share them as well, or just to view what we're talking about. You can always join the group just to see what's up. So it's always an option, but right now we're gonna just big chill and we're gonna watch some YouTube. We're gonna watch some F-list content. Actually, we're gonna watch some F-list content. I'm just gonna grab my charger real quick. There we go. Okay. Doki Doki is a great game, by the way. Just Monica. Let's see. Share. Let's go into playlist that leads to my future cult. Let's go to that one. Let's go to playlist that leads to the future cult. Let's click shuffle. Let's see what video comes up.
Okay, so
Oh my
I'm
goodness. It's my boy.
I was
I'm so
thinking
sorry.
about
Rest
this,
in peace.
and I thought, I think these are good points for why I think I can argue.
This is Ethel Blaze. Two people who aren't in
Not saying murderers
house.
are
He
less
was like
worse
a few
than
months
people
ago,
than greeters.
unfortunately.
I mean, they are. But it's not about the intention; it's about the action itself. Right? What the action cost? Is the action is the act of giving birth or ending someone's life, or which one's worse? And I would say it's giving birth. I would argue that it's insane. It's the most cruel thing one can do is subject someone to this high risk game, dangerous, you know, uncertain, and inevitably death. It's all fucked up. So yeah, but before that, I was like, I uploaded this video why antinatalists should be pro-mortalist. And there was this, I don't know, Karthik guy who Karthik, I'm sorry how I'm pronouncing it, I don't know. He commented on the video and he basically said there's a difference between not bringing someone into existence and killing someone who already exists. Yeah, I agree with that, and I did not use the word killing, but it's okay. I can understand.
Uh,
So
I don't know
there's a difference
his IRL name.
because
Well, what it
there's an
was.
obvious difference between
His
creating some.
name, his YouTube channel name is EFILBlaze. He was an EFIList just like me, an antinatalist, protomortalist. He basically has very similar beliefs to myself. Um, Unfortunately, he just had a little bit of different interpretations on what obligations we have to life, and so yeah, he committed suicide about 4 or 5 months ago, maybe a little bit more than that. But yeah, he killed himself, and now he's no longer able to produce content for the community, which is unfortunate. But he's no longer suffering. He was in a Islamic country, so basically he was under threat of being like thrown off a roof like every day for just being, an ethicist. So yeah, I mean, it was a stressful life. I can't imagine going through something like that. Yeah, it's regrettable, basically. But he's no longer suffering, so that's good.
Someone and killing someone. But my argument isn't like you just go out and kill someone. I mean those there's a different nuances to that, but the basic argument. The video was about why anti-natalists should be pro-moralist, and so yeah, I agree with this, but it depends, right? What do you mean by killing in a sense? Right? The what I was saying in the video is that if you go to sleep and you don't wake up, how is that not the best thing that happened to you? How is that not the best thing? Like you can say, oh no, I wake up and tomorrow I win $1 million. But your happy moments are not gonna last, right? You're just gonna keep chasing, right? So you can recognize that, hey, this is a stupid chase, and I get $1 million right now. Next week I'm like, all right, I need another million. Next week I'm like another. It just doesn't stop. So there's nothing better than being dead, which is being non-existent, which is better never to have been, which is a long period of going to sleep. You go to sleep for I don't know longer, and your brain switches off, and boom, best. What's better than that? So yeah, and
That we know
we
of,
have to
yeah. But I'm
kill
a
people, and
physicalist,
they're
so
going
I
to
basically
impose.
believe that like all there
There's
is
no other
this
option,
world.
and they're going to impose suffering. Then yes, we'll have to kill them, and that's just how it is. We'll have to somehow stop them. And I would say we shouldn't waste resources on trying to fix this. Just kill that fucker who's trying to cause a mess, trying to cause suffering. So it doesn't matter. Like if there's a difference between bringing someone into existence or killing yeah. So what? There's a difference. It doesn't matter. That doesn't make primordialism invalid. It doesn't. Mm, So so what? I can give you arguments that Hitler
I
should have been killed for
suppose
this and that.
we'll watch a little bit more of this video,
It's just
but if you want to check
then
out
you
this
said
channel,
something
check it out.
about the
But we're gonna go into a
survival
video on
instincts,
promortalism.
which makes it difficult for self harm. Yeah, yeah. This is what I'm saying. That you have to recognize it. That you know I'm afraid of the dying part. It's like, the dying process is far, and I don't want to cut my hand or jump, or that's the fear. I feel fear, right? But if I know that I'll take a pill and I'll go to sleep and I don't wake up, I'm not going to be too afraid of that. And basically, it's just recognizing that once the brain shuts off, it's over. It's This is everything that we value is because we are brains who are capable of experiencing things, and we want to you know avoid the bad, and that's pretty much it, right? So we have a notion in our head that, hey, being oh my god, I'm gonna die, I'll be dead, I won't be around on earth anymore, I won't be able to do this and that. That's You have to recognize the fact that you're only saying this because your brain is alive and conscious right now. So it's a bias. Once you're dead, once you're non-existent, you won't give a shit about, oh, she's so hot, or oh, she's got some really nice body, I wanna you know be with her, and blah blah blah. It's all just bullshit because you're alive. That's recognized. So yeah, you don't want to self harm, but you still have to recognize that, hey, I'm going to be harmed anyways, by not self, but the forces around me. Not the forces you understand, right? All the diseases, assholes, human beings, all of this crap. So you'll have to decide when you have to, oh fuck, I'm going to have to die, right? You have to decide that. You have to accept that. You can't just keep on putting a, like every other fuck, you know, just neglecting that thought. No, 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 no. I'm immortal. That shit ain't going to work. So yeah, I understand you have these survival instincts, but again, that still doesn't make the you don't want to cause self harm. It's again, it doesn't make promoters invalid. Why? You still have to recognize that yes, it's best for me. The sooner I get out of this addiction game, this chase game, this oh, I'm going to accomplish something, and then oh wait a minute, what do I do now? This stupid game, where you just never get complete. You just never get complete. You're like you at the end you'll have to get out anyways. So it's like fucking hell, I should get out. It's best for me. And you also recognize the context now, right? The more you live, the more even when you can't help it, you're like your existence is causing suffering. You're breathing the oxygen. That's the death of the biosphere. So you can't counter argue this. You'll have to accept that hey, it's best that we should discontinue our lives. But first we have to like we have, again I made this point in the video as well that we have to fix the some you're not good. I'm not being inconsistent if I say some humans need to exist until we fix the animal problem. We have to euthanize the animals first because the philosophy applies to them as well. The best thing that can happen to a living being is an instant death. It's you just can't a human brain is not different than in the sense that how it feels. It's going to die and fear, anxiety, pain and suffering. It's the same as the animal. So the philosophy, the argument applies to brains. And so, and in the end, he was like, but I'm all for the right to die, which is good, yeah. But I don't call myself a pro-mortalist. I don't. And it's like I don't know how you define it. Well, I already did define it, so I don't know. I can do it again. Simple, very simple. Death can't be a bad thing for the being who's now dead. There's no counter argument with that. That's one premise. That's the definition. Death can't be a bad thing. It just can't be a bad thing because you were dead before 100 years ago, before you were born. You were dead essentially. So it's like there's just no need for this. No need for making the
We're gonna watch a video on promortalism. If you're interested in Ethel Blaze's channel, check them out. It's Ethel and then Blaze. Kind of like me, antisocial EFIList. It's just the Ethel part, then Blaze is in like, BLAISE. He won't be uploading any more content, as I said. He won't be uploading on my Ethel Blaze. I'm sorry if you couldn't hear me because my mic was up. Ethel, just like anti-social EFIList, it's just Ethel part, then Blaze, BLAISE. So feel free to subscribe to his channel. He won't be uploading anymore, obviously, because he's deceased. But anything that boosts the algorithm to get EFIList content out there, feel free to subscribe and watch any of his stuff if you feel like it. If he was around, he would appreciate it. But all the EFILists in the community who are around for him, would appreciate the views and the help on the algorithm. There's a short video and there's a long video. I like the long video more, but his voice is more pleasant. So we're gonna watch the short video.
It's been said that the best thing is never to have been born, but that once we are born, the best thing is to die quickly. Suppose we accept what I think is a plausible view of existence, namely the pessimistic one, according to which existence contains more bad than good.
This implies that like you've watched the rest of his series though, because he kind of just presumes pessimism. We're gonna watch the premortalism one, the other one.
Premortalism is a philosophical view that.
So, are there any EFILists out there who are social? Well, and when I say antisocial means like hmm, more like antisocial personality disorder is kind of what I mean by antisocial. You may be thinking asocial is in like not wanting to socialize. I'm not. I'm like a little bit asocial, but I'm not really asocial. I'm like a streamer and stuff. I have plenty of friends and jazz, so it's like I'm confident enough to talk to people like while I'm doing my job and shit. I'm just like, yo, hey, move the fuck out of the way. I'm pulling a pallet. I'm a social dude when it comes down to it. The antisocial part is more just I have antisocial personality disorder type of traits. If you go to the DS ESM-5, antisocial personality disorder, um, let's pull that up. Here we go. So let's pull up the definition for antisocial personality disorder really quickly, or just one of the definitions from a website. Basically, pulling up the DSM diagnosis for antisocial personality disorder, clinical blah blah blah. You must have you know you have to have three or more of the following: disregard for law indicated by repeated commitment acts that are grounds for arrest. Seeing as how I've bought drugs online illegally slash gray area stuff. I'm lying, by the way, in case FBI people are watching me. I've never bought drugs online. This is jokes, community purposes. Haha, you. But I've also smoked THC, done psychedelics. Plenty of speeding disregard for like the law and stuff like that. I mean, in general, I only respect what I believe is worth respecting, and I do what I believe I can get away with essentially without major risks. So I basically am just calculation machine. I don't really care for the law. So one, being deceitful, indicated by repeating lying, using aliases. I refer to myself sometimes as J in public because my middle name is J, or conning others by personal gain or pleasure, for personal gain or pleasure. Um, some people might say that I classify as two. I like to say that I don't classify because I'm not very deceitful, at least not more than the average person, I don't think. So I like to say I'm not deceitful. Acting impulsive or not planning ahead, I have that too. Being easily provoked or aggressive, indicated by constantly getting into physical fights or assaulting others. I've never been into a physical fight with someone, but I'm easily angered, and I have homicidal ideation, so I just keep everything in fantasy form. So it's basically like a two and a half, but I don't count it because I technically don't get into physical fights. But I do have all the indications of aggression just in fantasy form. Reckless disregard for others' safety or my own safety, that counts. 3. Constantly acting irresponsible, indicating by quitting a job with no plans, or another one by not paying bills. That's that's 4. Not feeling remorse, indicated by indifference to or rationalization of hurting or mistreating others, and that's 5. So basically, I qualify for 5 of the 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the 7 things for being a psychopath, essentially. Well, not psychopath, but having antisocial personality disorder, um, aka psychopathic tendencies or traits. So basically, that's what it means to be antisocial. Essentially, is asocial is just not socializing. Antisocial is being like counter society, like counter social, not being pro-social. It's being antisocial. It's not being like I want to help people and be a good person. It's like I do what I want to do and fuck everybody else, kind of. So that's basically what it's like to be antisocial. I have those traits. My brother has those traits, but he's more of just a narcissist and just like an egoistic douchebag. I have those traits and I'm vulnerable narcissism, but I'm like aware of it, and so basically I try to fix it. Colin just thinks he's like my brother Colin, he just thinks he's like a god. He's just like narcissistic and psychopathic and a piece of shit. So basically the whole family's fucked when it comes to genetics, but when it comes down to it, yeah, that's what antisocial means. Now, back to primordialism. Back to convincing the world that death is good. Because I'm totally normal.
That ceasing to exist is always a positive phenomenon. It recognizes
Sorry
that to
for
cease to
your.
exist is always better for an individual than
I'll
existence.
turn down the volume a
In
little bit.
fact, although philosophical primordialism always sees cessation as desirable from a selfish point of view, nowadays, primordialism also seems to describe the notion that there are situations in which it is selfishly profitable to continue to exist. The original primordialism, propagated by Jiwon Huang, makes it clear that ending existence is always better for the individual than continuing life, and that, assuming annihilationism, therefore assuming that death is annihilation, it is, other things equal, always individually more profitable to choose an earlier death. I consider such absolute primordialism to be a logically coherent view, well argued, and deeply rooted in pure existential pessimism. Jiwon Huang himself took his own life in his early 20s, as did the 19th century philosopher Philip Mainlander, at the age of 34, and probably like dozens of others who did not consider propagating that philosophy worth their time. Existential pessimism, in a way that seems to be rooted in our current understanding of a cosmos, claims that neither life nor conscious existence has any value in itself. The absolute of existence is a state devoid of ultimate meaning and purpose. There is a lack of fulfillment in the lives of sentient beings due to constant needs and desires, so existence is a state of constant existential dissatisfaction. All actions are motivated by needs that potentially never end, and meeting and satisfying them is necessary to get rid of negative sensations such as boredom, emptiness, despair, and suffering. All pleasant states can be brought down to reducing this existential, metaphysical dissatisfaction. Desires can be seen as undesirable in itself, as in tranquillism, or as the immediate cause of suffering, which only is bad in itself. On the first assumption, primordialism becomes legitimate and rational as long as there are desires or potential for them to exist. Therefore, as far as we know, in absolutely every logically possible state of being. In the second case, if transhumanism and superintelligence could eliminate suffering and replace the gradient of dissatisfaction with a gradient of bliss, primordialism need not be obligatory if we consider pleasure or fulfillment to be good in itself. Even in such a scenario, however, there is a potential for suffering, so primordialism still seems a rational choice. In practice, I do not see a way to create any positive state in itself. The phenomenon of pleasure and fulfillment, even if they were the only states that exist, does not make the gradient of dissatisfaction something else by nature. The only thing that changes is the intensity of the metaphysical dissatisfaction felt. If we could make all minds immune to suffering, knowing absolutely nothing they feel is unpleasant, it would probably be a beautiful vision, but the state of being, with the existence of desires, would still be a metaphysically negative state. In this case, however, apart from the possibility of suffering, which is extremely important in practice, I do not think that it is a problem. So far, however, transhumanism and the gradient of bliss on the desired level is a futuristic scenario, and the gradient of unpleasant dissatisfaction is responsible for the most actions in the life of sentient beings. By accepting the metaphysical view of reality postulated by existential pessimism and recognizing subjective fulfillment and non-fulfillment as a value, and it is in practice a value for every sentient being, life should be a state that does not bring and cannot bring anything different than, in the best scenario, minimization of the ultimate existential non-fulfillment. The state of non-existence, usually equated with death, is neither negative nor positive by itself. It is a lack of any state, an abstract concept, but associated with a real physical possibility. Death, more specifically non-existence, is not a negative phenomenon, and since there is no positive phenomenon by nature, it is the best possible state, because of its absolute neutrality and lack of any potential. Death is also not positive in itself. It is the termination and non-existence of negativity, which makes choosing it profitable from the perspective of the individual. Both Schopenhauer and Mainlander, who considered themselves an intellectual heir of Schopenhauer, held the view that deficiencies and non-fulfillment are what exists in a positive way. The nature of all feeling is only different levels of lack and non-fulfillment, resulting from the existence of unsatisfied and potentially impossible to satisfy cravings. The state of unsatisfied desires is an unfavorable condition. Jiwon Huang used Benatar's asymmetry argument in his defense of primordialism, which fits perfectly into that inspired by Eastern religions reasoning. The lack of pleasure is not bad in itself. It is never bad to deprive of pleasure or satisfaction a non-existent being. On the other hand, the state of non-suffering is good even when there is no one to experience the suffering. In some sense, it is good strictly because of that. The argument from asymmetry is, in this sense and to some extent, a recognition of the metaphysical negativity of the essence of needs and therefore an expression of metaphysical pessimism. And it certainly does not contradict it in any aspect. Benatar himself denies that it would lead to premortalism. This is due, in whole or in part, to the assumption that death is always a harm, and that longer life can be desirable. Even if we consider death to be bad, which is not determined to be in full accord with the rest of Benatar's philosophy, and is certainly not obvious, death is also a necessity. It cannot be stopped, it can only be postponed. In case if it is a harm, a longer life adds only more harm to the one necessary. This potential inaccuracy was noticed and described by Rafe McGregor and Emma Sullivan Bissett in the article Better No Longer to Be, in a transparent manner, pointing out the most important inaccuracies. To quote, if one accepts Benatar's asymmetry between pleasure and pain, then prima facie one ought to accept that suicide is always preferable to continued existence. The reason for this is straightforward. If Benatar is right that it is better never to have existed, then non-existence must still be preferable to existing even when the agent in question has been unfortunate enough to be brought into existence. When the agent ceases to exist, the result is an absence of pain, which is good, and an absence of pleasure, which is not bad. This is the basic case for the claim that Benatar's antinatalism entails premortalism. Authors, neither of whom agree with the assumptions leading to premortalism, argue that the version of antinatalism that results from accepting asymmetry, without making any additional assumptions, clearly implies premortalism. I don't see the need to make additional assumptions, and that's why I believe it indeed the case. In his description of premortalism, Zhou Huang, in fact, familiar with the mentioned article, presents an identical view. Quotes, David Benatar's axiological asymmetry of harms and benefits, when combined with, exclusively, hedonistic view of harms and benefits, entails premortalism. Professor Benatar's view that the absence of pleasure of who never exists does not deprive, while the absence of pleasure of who ceased to exist does deprive, has some absurd conclusions that judges which life is a preferable one differently in present and future life cases. Benatar's asymmetry should be applied to post-mortem non-existence as well. So long as one's remaining life will contain any pain, it is always preferable to cease to exist than to continue to exist. Rather than thinking the promortalist implications as a reductio, believe in a soundness of promortalism. For those unfamiliar with Zhou Huang's argumentation, a link to his essay is provided below. Thus, in its pure form, premortalism states that existence is always a negative state and, hence, ceasing to exist is always in the interest of every individual. The sooner the less bad. Theory, the statement that life is ultimately a negative state should include the notion that there are or may be metaphysically positive elements, could be even identical. In both cases, new experiences are created, new observer moments, exposed to suffering and guided by a pointless gradient of dissatisfaction. As Zhou Huang describes it, one can think each moment one wakes up from sleep or every second of her life as treat the cases in which a person wakes up from unconsciousness differently from coming into existence. Moreover, in the intervening period of unconscious life, as a coming into existence. This might not be a very absurd view if we were to deny that one exists as a distinct metaphysical self, personal identity, that does not change over
You're welcome, Grand
time.
Tiger. Always
One can prevent
glad
one's future self
bug.
from coming into existence by death. Immortalism is not the view. Value is to minimize harm. From a global perspective, the death of some individuals may not ultimately be cease to exist. This does not mean, however, that the dying process is good. Contrary, while the fear of death may automatically be regarded as irrational, the fear of dying is entirely justified, as the very process of dying is perhaps one of the most unpleasant events for most beings who die consciously. The altruistic reason for continuing existence is the desire to minimize the suffering in the world. Getting rid of and weakening some of the illusions that lead to an irrational evaluation of the world is very often a long and painful process. The feeling of moral responsibility for the way the world works, or a very strong desire to stop harm, is a very good rational reason for continuing a negative existence if it can be morally profitable. It is certainly a noble choice, and often more difficult than choosing not to exist. I am not arguing that the altruistic reason is the most common or the most important motive for the continuation of existence by premortalists, both those declared and those presenting a premortalist worldview unaware of the rather sparsely used term. The irrational, natural, inborn, and perpetuated by society's will to live is, in my opinion, without a doubt the main reason for continuing to exist. The deep-seated optimism bias and existence bias seem to be completely inseparable from the views held by most of humanity regarding existence as something positive and worth living. Seeing life as worth continuing and enduring suffering, even though it is ultimately finite and pointless, is a simple and brilliant evolutionary mechanism for ensuring survival. But survival is not and has never been the most important goal of sentient minds. Survival is the goal of the program that controls living organisms, the only unconscious function of the program. In the case of biological terrestrial life, it is DNA, is to prolong its own existence. Mind is merely a tool programmed by genetics and psychology to facilitate the survival of the program. Although the mind's instrumental goal is also to prolong being, the primary goal is to be less dissatisfied, less deprived, to fulfill emerging needs and desires, which temporarily reduces the gradient of dissatisfaction. It is not in the interest of the sentient mind in such an assumption to continue to exist, but only to eliminate the gradient of unfulfilled needs, thus reducing unmet needs to zero. In fact, the desire to live is inscribed in the human psyche, where intelligence and rationality are also only a tool for the realization of desires to reduce unfulfillment. Regardless of the rationality of the motive, the lack of a strong, irresistible desire to die as soon as possible does not in any way interfere with the recognition of the rationality of premortalism. The human mind is not, was not intended to be, and never was fully rational, and since it has evolved as a means of facilitating survival, its effective creations must be compatible with this purpose to propagate. If full rationality does not ensure the program's survival, it is automatically disqualified as a mechanism useless for the program. Bounded rationality, with an overwhelming number of cognitive biases and defense mechanisms, is much more effective machinery. Knowledge of such a state of affairs is usually unable to create a need or a desire for death to a degree that would allow it to be realized. Emotional dependencies and addictions are what direct the mind to the greatest extent, usually making it difficult, and often impossible, to make rational decisions. Phenomena with enormous emotional baggage, like death, are usually those that are most difficult to approach in a rational manner, and the mere questioning of some unwritten views may expose you to social exclusion or cause remorse. The decision to end own existence is also psychologically extremely difficult. Even though the amount of suffering prevented is usually less than that caused, the perception of suffering directly related to our
Yeah, the death process is quite horrible, which is for most times, unless like there's certain methods of dying that are quite instantaneous. But for the most part, yeah, dying is quite horrible. So yeah, it's biologically one programmed into us by 3 billion years of evolution to not want to die. But two, yeah, just the fact that death is a brutal process and of itself is something that we ought to want to avoid. So it's a very unappealing philosophy. It's hard to get behind.
death, felt by loved ones, is for some reason a sufficient argument to continue even a hopeless existence. Relative pleasure in life is another such reason. Even in the case of premortalists, it causes procrastination of death. The lack of safe, non-severe, and non-threatening means available is another important aspect. The right to die, the right to cease existence, is not widely recognized. Only a handful of countries and states make it possible to commit assisted suicide, and only in the most severe cases. There are no universal, professional ways to die a graceful death, but there is tragedy, brutality, and the danger of becoming disabled. The fact that this is a taboo subject discourages large-scale discussion of such issues. I am the only premortalist known to me who sees another reason as relevant, and so far it seems to me non-existent in the wider debate. In practice, premortalism seems to presuppose an annihilationist interpretation of death, as it seems to be supported by physicalism. Death is understood as the annihilation of the mind, eternal and irreversible, the result of which is the state of non-existence, or rather the absence of any state. An alternative interpretation is not widely known, and is rarely presented outside of religious dogma. While dismissing religious bias as absurd, at least two other interpretations seem compatible with physicalism.
There is some people believe in. I got the idea of not having kids, but maybe the concept of any suffering makes life meaningless is a bit much. No, no, no. You're misunderstanding. It's not that any suffering makes life meaningless. Quite the contrary. It's that no suffering is worth enduring without essentially reducing a greater amount of suffering in return. Essentially, the only thing that does have value are pleasure and pain, and the primary one of value is pain. So it's not that any suffering makes life meaningless. It's more that the there is no reason to continue on living because of the risk of suffering. It's just not beneficial for yourself, and it's not beneficial for the future selves that you're imposing upon, or the other beings that you have to impose upon to keep your life going. So essentially, it's promortalism is the argument that it's actually a good thing to die because of suffering existing in the world, essentially, as an inevitable thing that'll occur in both our lives and and to other lives as a result of our living. So basically, yeah, it's not saying that life is meaningless. It's more or less saying that like the meaning is negative. That it's not positive meaning. There's meaning here, but the meaning is like all bad meaning. It's all bad news, man. Like right, nothing good. Unfortunately, there is value. It's just bad value. Yeah, exactly. I agree as well. I think that those that are already here should strive to be trying to prevent as much suffering, and that's what a meaningful life is. I mean, a meaningful life is essentially a life that prevents most suffering. Like most people who essentially we consider the most saintly people, or people like that get rid of their worldly desires and try to minimize their suffering to other people and to themselves. The people who we think are most like worthy of praise are those that like sacrifice themselves in war to help other people. You know, like like medics and stuff, or people who go overseas to volunteer for like projects to aid the poor and hungry and thirsty and helping war-torn countries and stuff. Basically, like being benevolent and altruistic is like what and helping other people who are in need is considered like the primary thing that like makes you a good person. It's not like, oh yeah, I jerked off 100 guys in one night and they all busted fat old nuts, man. You know how much pleasure I produced in the world in that one night, man? Like, there was a lot of that's a lot of orgasms. Orgasms are like the strongest terms of pleasure besides drugs. So, you know how much pleasure I generated in one night? That's quite a lot. No, no one gives a shit about orgasm or like some hooker who happens to fuck like 100 people in one night. You're not gonna like use your Medal of Honor. You gave 100 orgasms in under 2 hours. No, no one. It's not something worthy of celebration. Pleasure is not something worthy of celebration. But reducing suffering and preventing suffering, like curing AIDS, curing cancer, curing polio, whatever, like prevention and or reduction of suffering is worthy of like admiration. It's a basic thing that all people get. Basically, negative utilitarianism. They're fun, but very acute. Indeed, yes. But if you look at like the dopamine release levels, like in terms of humans, like the strongest terms of pleasure we can experience is basically like the dopamine release from like an orgasm, and then it steps into like the territory of like drugs and stuff like that. I mean, sure, there's other things we can value more than an orgasm. Like my thing that I value most in my life is probably like my memory of being in Hawaii with all my friends. It was a pretty great time. That's probably like my favorite memory is being in Hawaii with with the boys. So it's kind of just like, I mean, yeah, there's things better than orgasms. Like, my best time in my life was not me like having sex for the first time. It wasn't that. It was hanging out with the boys. But at the same time, it's like in terms of pure pleasure in a single moment, it's gonna be technically orgasm in terms of dopamine amounts and serotonin amounts and all that stuff. So orgasms are, they're fun and very acute. They're short bursts of extreme pleasure. So obviously, me being in Hawaii for an entire week is going to add up to way more pleasure points and a better overall memory than sex. But if I could be in like an orgy club, for like a whole week, I've never experienced that, but I imagine it would probably be considered if I was in a club of orgies and cocaine and hookers and around every corner, all of them STD free and just really charismatic, nice people who genuinely care about me for some odd reason. I can't say it wouldn't be better than hanging out with the boys in Hawaii because it probably would. So so yeah, when it comes down to it, lol orgy. So it's like, yeah, when it comes down to it, striving to have a meaningful life, I think, is essentially just trying to prevent suffering and trying to reduce suffering. Oh yeah, the ultra rich are doing these orgy club things all the time, which is why I'm saying that like we're not praising them for all this stuff. We're not being like, oh wow, they're bringing so much good into the world because they're having orgies. No, we praise the rich when they decide to do something like donate a ton of their money to stop world hunger or to fight against sexual abuse of women or something like that. We care about people when they do something to reduce suffering because of negative utilitarianism. Basically, like the primary value is suffering reduction. Pleasure really doesn't have anything to do with ethics and right and wrong. So when it comes down to it, yeah, I think we do have obligations to reduce suffering as much as possible, and it doesn't make life meaningless if we acknowledge that suffering is bad. And that it's not worth continuing on because of that suffering. It's more or less just the fact that like the value differences are extremely different, and there's no reason to on an egoist perspective, there's no reason to endure pain, given the values that rich that sorry, given the values that pleasure has versus what pain has, um, both to ourselves and what we need to do in terms of looking on other people. So, and animals as well, because we inflict a lot more than just on people. There's quadrillions of animals and other life forms on Earth.
The simulation hypothesis may make the understanding of death as an exit from the simulation worth considering. However, the gradient of desires still seems to be indispensable, regardless of whether we do exist in a virtual or non-virtual world. Another death, absolute death, can occur after exiting the simulation, so abandoning the state of existence is still possible. The second, no less compatible with physicalism, but the more exotic scenario, is the concept of multiverse immortality, both in the form of quantum immortality and adopting a few assumptions.
I might be a little bit higher than average IQ, just a little bit, but I don't think I'm that smart when it comes down to it. When it comes down to it, I mean, sure, I'm stoned right now and I'm holding this conversation up like a boss, yo. So it's like, sure, I'm probably smarter than most people, but when it comes down to it, I'm not that smart. Like, I was average grades, sure, never tried in school, and other people were like trying. So, I mean, like, yeah, but my SAT scores were above average. My ACT score was like 21 because I didn't give a shit and I got like zero sleep and I didn't even bring a calculator to the math part of the exam. So, yay. My ASVAB score just for the Air Force, I got a 92, which qualified me for every single job in the Air Force by over 20 points. So, yeah. I mean, I'm technically smart, and everybody says I'm smart. Do I feel smart? Not really. I don't feel that. I don't feel that smart. But you know, when it comes down to it, like I'm smarter than the average person, but I think the average person is not that smart. So I don't really think I'm that smart. I've met people who are way smarter than me. I've met people who are way better, like in terms of memorizing things. So I don't really know if they're smarter than me, but they're better at school than me. They're better at memorizing things. They're better at learning things. I met people who are way better at learning things. I haven't met many people who are more logical than me, but there are people who are more logical than me, obviously. But I haven't met many. But yeah, I know I'm smartish, and I know I'm more robotic than most people. And it just makes me sound more smart than average, I think, because I'm naturally robotic and I naturally have a high charisma and I'm not like very ugly looking. So people just naturally assume like, oh, he knows what he's talking about, which is good for me. But I don't think I'm really that smart. So smart people think they're dumb because they realize how much more there is to know. It's not that. It's just, I mean, I don't even really think there's that much more to know. I just don't think that I'm that much. No, you're not ugly looking at all. Thanks. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot more to know, sure. But when it comes down to it, I also don't think there's anything more to know than what I already know. Like, I think the truth's really simple when it comes to ethics. Like the stuff that we're talking about right here it seems complex, but it's really not. Like if you listen to it a couple times over, you're gonna realize, oh shit, and it'll just click in your brain, and you'll be like, that makes so much sense. It really is as simple as you can't get an ought from an is in logic, but we can understand pretty damn obviously that there's something different between a rock and think of a brain with neurons firing. And you can basically just understand that, hey, experience does generate value. There's something when there's something to be like a thing, like Nagel's bat argument, a normie still can't deal with it. No, I guess that's fair. I've talked to many people who are normies on fucking Bingo Live, and they have no fucking clue what I'm talking about. So yeah, you're technically right. Um, but I mean, like, here's the thing. I think like everybody has the capacity to talk like how I'm talking and know what I'm doing. I'm just happen to be a very asocial kid. When I was a kid, like I was very asocial. I was also antisocial. I was a little shithead who just like beat the fuck out of my brother like a little dickhead. But when it comes down to it, I was also really asocial. I kept to myself. So I watched a lot of History Channel and stuff like that. So I'm very well informed on history and science stuff and just like random facts. And due to that, I've always had like, and I've read a lot as a kid. And because I had a lot of reading, I think reading kind of has something to do with internal monologue. I just theorize that if you read as a kid, you're going to have like more likely than not develop an internal monologue. So I read a lot as a kid, and I have an internal monologue that's really strong. And so, due to the fact that I'm able to talk like this out loud, how I'm talking out loud right now is basically how I talk in my head, but like slightly faster. So, you know, I'm just constantly having conversations with myself about like different things that I deem important to think about and not important to think about, just think a lot. So when it comes down to it, I think it's less that I'm smart and more so that I'm just exposed to a lot of philosophy and exposed to a lot of different topics, and I've been constantly introspective for most of my life. And so, but due to that, I'm well spoken. Now that I've begun to talk out loud, I have a very well spoken inner voice, and I can basically just project that out. And so essentially, I'm well spoken and have a lot of well developed thoughts on things already because and like firm stances on things that are make sense while also being liquid in the sense that I can change my mind on things. So, it just seems that I'm really smart, I think, because of all of that combined. But when it comes down to it, I'm just like the average person. The average person, though, just is too caught up in all this modern BS, social media drama, friends, and blah blah blah. So they just don't get exposed to as much like history and literature and English talking people. So they don't have that like properness to them and all that I do and energy. I also have a lot of British friends, so online that I do D&D with quite regularly. So when it comes down to it, that's just my theory. I'm not smart. I'm just exposed. Anyways, back to wanting to die.
Functions, such as modal realism and copy-friendly theory of identity, the annihilation of subjectively continued experience becomes absolutely impossible. In such a scenario, the technological reduction of desires to a minimum in virtual worlds may be the only long-term solution. Achieving the ultimate indifference via future technology in the case of multiverse immortality is a topic for more attention. Premortalism, therefore, the recognition of non-existence as preferred over any state of existence is still a rational view, even if non-existence is not possible. This approach will not be discussed in greater detail here. This material represents, in a highly non-exhaustive manner, my approach and understanding of the philosophy of premortalism. It seems to be the logical conclusion of the general message of certain currents of philosophical pessimism that life is ultimately a negative phenomenon. Premortalism claims that based on such facts it is always good for an individual to cease to exist. Always, other things equal, the sooner the better. Premortalism does not mean a wish to die, and in the light of the objective irrationality of the human mind, it is hard for a rational person to consider a premortalist to be a hypocrite for not killing themselves. Just as a heroinist wishing to quit drug addiction is not accused of hypocrisy when he fails to cut himself off the drug, the same way a living
This following time with concern. I know. Play. Talk to someone to get help. Yeah, by the way, warning. Multiverse, you subscribe to that? No, I don't think so. Well, maybe. Do I? Wait,
It's something that
what?
I'd like you to
Just
see.
skip to.
It's a story that's deeply unsettled millions in China. Footage of a 2-year-old girl hit by a van and left bleeding in the street by passers-by.
Yeah, that's pretty metal. Okay, I don't care. Goodbye. We were trying to play a video, right here. But then YouTube was just like, nah, get fucked, homie. This following content may contain suicide or self-harm, so therefore, we're not based, and we're not gonna play it. I know the video exists, YouTube. Play the fucking video. I will eat your taints, HQ of YouTube. Fucking do it. Here, let's go into iDoubt's page directly, like this. Christ. I doubt it. Bam. Oh, here we are. The inside looking. I'm outside, and it's kind of dog shit out here. So everything's kind of a little bit behind. I swear to Allah and all things holy. Oh, you're doing it to me, aren't you? Yep, it just fucking... Wait. I do not appreciate this censorship, YouTube. I'm literally 23 years old. I can watch whatever the fuck I want to watch. It's like, are you sure though? This could make you sad. And we don't want to make people...
We have to really concentrate on them. And I was the only one.
Holy shit.
People that think suicide prevention is a good thing. This is a really, really bad thing. Preventing relief from harm is a bad thing. And that's essentially what suicide prevention is. These people are just gone. They don't understand. It makes me feel like I'm a normal, sane person living in a crazy world. Because everyone's like, oh, no, you can't kill yourself. No, we don't want that. We're going to tell you when is a good time for you to die. And it's like, man, it's insane. It's insanity. Like, I can't. You're forcing someone to suffer. How is that any different than someone raping someone else? It's not. It's just not. It's just by a phantom society hand. It's not by a physical hand. But it's exactly what's happening by creating all these laws that prevent suicide, that criminalize suicide. And man, it sucks so bad because it's just the concept is crazy. Well, there's parents in these parades that have had children kill themselves, and yet they're saying don't commit suicide. Everybody, it's like you had a kid, you played Frankenstein with the welfare of a sentient creature, brought it into this world. It suffered so much as to want to literally hang themselves or shoot themselves or whatever it is, and after they die, you're still screaming, I want more. I want more. Fuck you, bitch. You don't deserve anything, much less more. I mean, if your kid killing themselves doesn't give you a, oh, hold on, wait, let me take a look at what's really happening here, then you're fucked in the head. You're just dumb. And you're so sucked into your addiction of wanting a kid around that you're pretty much hopeless. But this is a big, big, big problem where people just don't understand these, the ideas. Sounds taboo, doesn't it? What? Like, what, are we going to just kill everybody? What, are you just going to go around and kill everybody? I mean, that's the best argument they have. You're like, that's just stupid. There's no logic to that whatsoever. Like, but yes, there would actually be pro-death for people beyond a terminally 6-month long illness that applies towards mental illness. It applies to straight up depression. Applies to, you could have any reason. The
Yeah,
reasons aren't even
I doubt it's
justified. Like, you shouldn't be talking someone into why you want to kill yourself. You'd be like, that's my want, that's my need. Fuck you. I don't need to explain it to you whether I want to die because I'm mentally going through hell, I'm depressive, I'm bipolar, I'm manic, whatever it would be, or someone just has a philosophical idea of like, oh well, let's all, like, death, like life really isn't worth living. That's all it really comes down to. It's a simple philosophical idea. Like, oh, I'm looking around and I see birds eating worms, and I see lions eating the heads off chickens, and snakes gulping rats whole. This is a world I want to live in? Nah, I didn't ask for this, so I'm checking out. So I'm just saying, that's a long way of saying there should be a legal, obviously a monitored method that people go through to say, hey, I want out. Please give me the humane way out of this. If you really are taking into account a real careful consideration of my welfare, and this should be a society we live in, then I'm telling you, I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, this is what I want to do. So I'm proving to you that, I'm not, there's some levels to some degree, obviously, where, maybe there isn't. If you want to choose that, you do it. But anyway, whatever. You talk to a therapist, you talk to a doctor, you get some stupid signature. I mean, it's a simple method. Have it be as easy as going to the doctors to get, some flu shot. Like, this is what I want. Oh, okay. But I think society, the biggest problem is society can't handle the truth, for lack of a better phrase. They can't handle the idea that if suicide became legal and, a little pill or whatever was the humane way to die, people just swallowed it and died, that if that was available in the marketplace, people really are scared to realize how many people would really opt out. They would really be like, yo, I've been waiting for this day. Thank you very much. I'm no longer afraid to jump off the...
They're censoring us. Just kidding. It's the fucking internet buffering.
Eiffel Tower. I'm no longer to jump off the bridge at my town or whatever, hang myself from the closet, whatever. It's always this horrific, tragic, nightmarish, conditions of which people are forced to kill themselves. And that's what these prevention suicide fuckers are advocating. They're like, we don't want you to die. We just want you to suffer, like have your brains blown out all over the wall. We want you to go through that. We do. And they're not just understanding. They're not able to just think and be like, oh wow, well maybe death in a humane way is a good thing. Oh, we should do that for people that are truly just miserable. Well, it's not even for anybody. It could be the happiest person in the world, but they just say, oh yeah, no, I just don't want, I'm avoiding the semi truck to get run me over. The anxiety of the daily what ifs alone is not worth living. Oh, what happens today? Is today the day I get kidnapped and raped and cut up into pieces in some creeper's basement? That alone is pretty stressful for people. And whatever. It's the fear of the unknown itself, and knowing that you're going to die most likely in some tragic way. It's just waiting for you. It's just like your ticket is there. You're just waiting for it to be called. That itself is like the waiting room of that is in itself a fucking nightmare. So I really wish I could have protested this suicide prevention and maybe talked to a couple of people. But if there's any sort of idea or philosophy that average common people wouldn't even begin to know how to grasp, it would be that. They would be like, you're against preventing suicide? But that's a bad thing, right? And I just don't get it. So it'd be good for people like us, if you're watching and you're into things like EFILism and antinatalism and things that are up against suffering or the prevention of suffering, talk about it more. Make videos. I'm making this video. I hate fucking YouTube. I hate talking in front of a camera. I hate this. But I think it's so fucking important. So insanely important that I'm willing to, be a stupid face on YouTube and talk about it. Because more people that talk about it can make people realize, oh yeah, well, that's true. Yeah. We put our dogs down. Why can't we put down our loved ones, even if they're not suffering, even if they're not like terminally ill? So there's a long way to go in the right to die movement. That's for sure. Some people, even in the right to die movement, don't agree that it should be applied towards everybody. It should just be tightly monitored. If you think suicide prevention is a good thing, go fuck yourself. You should be pro.
Yeah, go fuck yourself if you think
methods
suicide
of
prevention.
obtaining the right to die. If you don't, then you're dumb and you're stupid and you're the problem. You're not the solution. You're the problem. So yeah, all right. Catch you later.
Thoughts on suicide prevention? Whoever's watching me, is it Avi or is it still Unit 512? I know Avi was watching me for a little bit. Anyways. That was a really based video. Now let's watch something not based, probably. I can't imagine this will be based.
Hi everyone. So we are switching things up a little bit in today's video, and I have Rob here with me to discuss a really
Rob.
important topic, and that is around whether or not people who are living with mental illness have the right to die in a medically assisted way. Hi everyone, and welcome back to the Living Well with Schizophrenia channel. If you're new here, my name is Lauren, and this is my partner Rob, and together we make videos about what it's like to live with schizoaffective disorder, which I live with, and schizophrenia. And if you want to see more videos like this one, please make sure to subscribe to our channel. And also, if you would like to help support the creation of future videos like this one, please make sure to check out the link to our Patreon page. We are really excited to now offer an additional benefit to our Patreon supporters, which is a support community, an online support community through Discord. And we've been starting to introduce peer support groups and whatnot, and we're really excited about this. So if that's something that interests you, make sure to check out the link to our Patreon page.
Okay, so I think we should probably start things off with a bit of a trigger warning. Obviously this is a somewhat controversial topic, and suicide is a triggering topic. So, yeah.
But it doesn't really need to be. I think it's a very scary topic for a lot of people, and so we want to kind of handle this conversation in a delicate way, but also in a way that is really respectful and brings kind of dignity to the topic of feeling compelled to end your life. It shouldn't be as stigmatized of a thing as it is. And we're going to kind of get into that a little bit more in this video.
Okay.
So we kind of got the
Maybe
idea
it
for
is
this video.
based.
It's been on my mind for many years, but we kind of got the idea from an article that was posted in one of my favorite magazines. It's called The Walrus. It was around, whether or not people who are suffering from mental illnesses should be allowed the right to die in a medically assisted way. And it focused primarily on an advocate for this. His name is Adam Meyer Clayton, who unfortunately died by suicide in 2017. And unfortunately died in an undignified way, really scary way, alone in a hotel room and, wrapped in the stigma of what it means to die by suicide. And he was a huge proponent for many years about,
right to die.
The right to die, fighting for the right to die.
A little bit more background on this story. So I believe it was in 2016, the Canadians, so we're in Canada and The Walrus is a Canadian publication magazine. And in 2016, I believe it's 2016, our Supreme Court overruled a ban on medically assisted suicide. And
which was a big step in the right direction.
But kind of what filled that vacuum was a bill known as Bill C-14. And basically the court said you kind of have to come up with a law around this. And when the court made that decision, the language that they used kind of made it seem like this new bill or new law would cover both physical disabilities as well as mental illness.
But when the actual document came out, it was made very clear that it actually did not include people who were, living with mental illness.
And so I don't think that there's a lot of room for discussion and conversation, or hasn't been in our society, in terms of what that looks like in the context of somebody who is suffering from serious physical disabilities. Or so I think kind of regardless of where the law is at right now, in terms of including people who are mentally ill, I think that part of the conversation, an important part of the conversation around the stigma of medically assisted suicide, is considering like what it looks like right now when somebody is trying to die by medical assistance and they're not able to access that, and they're choosing to still end their own life, but they're doing it in a way that is really undignified. Like in the story, and we kind of touched on it. Like what ended up happening was Adam went to a hotel and he had medication and he died alone.
And not only are people dying by suicide in kind of undignified ways where they're having to resort to excessive means to die, it could be more dangerous. It can traumatize more people in terms of who is exposed to the violent act that is probably going to be committed. Adam in the article was mentioning that he was really concerned about not traumatizing other people, and he decided to end his life in a hotel. And so he wrote out a note to the hotel manager apologizing for taking his life there. And that shouldn't be something that someone who is making that huge and that challenging and that life altering of a decision to have to also carry the burden of. Like there needs to be options that create more dignity in dying and that aren't as traumatizing for everyone around them. Like Adam's mother afterward at the funeral said that she was kind of heartbroken that Adam had to die alone. And, his family wasn't provided the option that really challenging thing he did. And, if they had been there, they would have been subject to, aiding in a crime the way it currently stands. And that's just so wrong. That is so wrong. So there's a lot of cultural components in terms of stigma and people's ideas around death and fears around death that come into play in terms of this conversation of allowing for medically assisted dying. And so you didn't always have the opinion that medically assisted death should be an option for people who are dealing with mental illnesses. So what kind of changed for you, or what shifted?
That's a hard question.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that a lot of it had to do with just thinking more about like, well, what's it like to this is not going to sound, I think, really great, but the more that I understand what your experience of the illness is like, and the elements of the symptoms that you try to face, I think that there's more of an understanding about how for some people, and at some times, those symptoms could be really unbearable, and they might not go away for some people. Some people, it just might be a constant thing that just never kind of stops. And when you think about what that's like for those people, or people who are experiencing that, it's easier, I think, to wrap your mind around, get a better perspective of the situation, and have greater, ultimately, I think, have greater empathy for what people are going through, and what their wishes are, and respecting what their wishes are.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely not a matter of saying that all people with serious mental health issues should die, by like medically assisted suicide, or should be considering suicide or whatever, because that's not the case. Like a lot of people who are living with these mental illnesses live very fulfilling lives, and definitely go through periods of maybe suicidal ideation or just depression or whatever, where it's on their mind, but ultimately can work their way out of it and still lead fulfilling lives. But I think what you're trying to say is that like there's so much more room for empathy for the small subset of people who have really given it their best shot, have really tried exhausted options, and
worked with their medical support teams.
Yeah, and are ultimately still feeling just this chronic suffering. And so, not being so emotionally reactive when we hear people explaining that that's where they're at, and not being so anti-death in those conversations.
I think that like really it has to do with people confronting their own fear of death, and coming to terms with that, and respecting other people's perspectives and terms on, I think, with respect to death. That's a big thing.
Yeah, and I think that people who are considering, death, medically assisted dying or otherwise, don't necessarily have no value for life. Like, I've been there and I greatly value human life, but everyone has a threshold in terms of the suffering that, you can ultimately take. And I think that's okay. I think there's more room for understanding of that.
So as we kind of wrap up this discussion, I think, what we really want to emphasize, a couple things we really want to emphasize here, obviously, like the importance of having more informed conversations about death, about suicide. But also I think a big thing that we want to communicate is that this video is not about being pro-suicide. That's not the message that we're trying to communicate. I think if you are struggling with thoughts of suicidal ideation, that's something that is important for you to seek help with and try to get assistance with.
And most of the time there is a lot of hope. Like most people
This
can
video
recover
was
from those
surprisingly
those ideations.
based. This video was surprisingly based as fuck, y'all. I thought I was gonna click a video and they were gonna be like, "No, struggle through your schizophrenia," but no, she was just like, "Yo, man, if you feel like you can't do that shit, you can't do that shit. It's just how it be." And I'm like, "That's pretty based." So, man, let's try to find. So we're gonna watch a video. gonna watch Terry Pratchett's Choosing to Die, but we're gonna watch only part of it because I don't want to get copyright striked. It's just how it be. If you want to watch more of this, please do. It's actually really good. Unfortunately, Terry Pratchett is dead. This is a documentary about a man exploring the right to die, as well as the symptoms of dementia and stuff, because he was in the early stages of dementia while filming this. Yeah, he ended up dying from it. He didn't actually end up going through with the euthanasia himself, but he's in support of euthanasia. Was in support of euthanasia. So yeah, basically this is just going to be a video regarding the very end when he goes to watch an assisted dying episode. So if you are sensitive in emotions, be wary at this point. It's gonna get real fucking sad boy hour real fucking quick. But that's all right. Sometimes you just gotta feel. Because feeling is good. You can watch it on Daily Motion, which is where I recommend you watch this. He actually talks to about 2 or 3 other people beforehand that get euthanized as well. So yeah, he talks to like at least 2 or 3 people before this to get euthanized as well. This is just a final one that shows it on camera, where he attends the event itself where they die. So you get to see what it's like to be euthanized, basically.
This is a pleasant place. They are pleasant people. But what's going on here isn't exactly medicine.
A winter day, a Swiss winter day.
Still, everything looks lovely.
Can you manage?
Yes, I think so. Just, right, yes. Thank you.
Tell me if it's too loud or too quiet, by the way.
Okay. Right.
Are you going to have tea or coffee or anything?
I'm having coffee, darling.
Remember, death is never pleasant, no matter what. It's just the best way you can pretty much go. Well, this is basically the best way you
You
can.
don't mind if I
mean,
ask you
it's not
several
going to be pleasant.
times?
It's just the best
Are
way.
you sure that you want to die today?
Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure.
Sure.
Yes.
I can't believe the calmness. Peter's chatting away as if this is a tea party.
I feel I have very little choice, really, in the grand design.
Unfortunately, we have papers to fill
Of
out.
course, yes, I understand.
Maybe you want one for you too? Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for all this paperwork.
Oh, that's all
but
right.
It's necessary.
Of course, I understand. No, that's fine. It all makes perfect good sense.
Okay.
Shall I take the initial?
Don't ask me, darling.
Well,
It's your decision. You have
Yes,
to
no,
make it.
I take it, but I mean, it's just the timing. I'm quite prepared to do it now.
When you're ready.
Yes. Yes, yes.
So I'll go and prepare the drops.
Yes,
I'll be
please.
back in a minute.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
It's very relaxing, casual. I mean, they basically just take a swig of something. It's like taking a shot.
Right.
Only it's the last shot you'll ever take.
Right, thank you.
The drops of stomach? Yes.
Yes.
No, you only take 2. It's like taking 2 shots. One to make sure your stomach doesn't get woozy
Okay.
and you don't
Yes.
throw
The
up on
taste
the
okay
steam.
too?
Yes, taste is
Get
not bad.
No cup of tea or something to drink?
No, I've had my drink.
No.
Nothing to me.
That's not much.
Well, that was fairly innocuous. I must say that.
Well, that's just your hand.
Yes, the next one is
The killer.
oh yes.
I think these look. Now tell me which ones you like.
I don't think it'll matter greatly.
Praline.
The blue's always good.
This one here.
No, that one and that one.
And that one and that one. Not the praline.
How long have we been, by the way?
Maybe about
I think
25.
you said it was 15:15.
So
What
10
is it
minutes
now?
more. It's 25.
No. It's funny, strange how
It's
time
slow.
has different values at different occasions. Not that I'm in a hurry, but I'm just interested to know how long we've been. Yeah. Move my foot there. That's better. Thank you.
Should I be away?
No.
No, I'd rather you.
You
Well, if you don't
shouldn't
mind.
be away from him.
You
Well,
okay?
if you really want to be away from him, but
I just didn't want to be appearing to assist him.
No, I don't think that would be the case.
Peter Lawrence Smedley, are you sure that you want to drink this medicament with which you will sleep and die?
Yes, I'm quite sure that's what I want to do.
I'll give you the medicament. You are sure?
I'm sure. Thank you.
You have chocolate.
What's the test?
Worse than the wonderful essence.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for looking after me.
No, nothing.
And I'd like to thank everybody else. They've been first class too. Jerry? Goodbye. Goodbye, John. It's been a privilege. My wife's very good at putting me to sleep just by rubbing my hands. Be strong, my darling.
I know. Just relax.
Yeah. Water.
No.
No, that's fair. This part's a bit sad, boy.
Sleeping now, very deep. No pain at all. He's snoring, he's sleeping very, very deep. He feels in unconsciousness, and then afterwards the breathing will stop, and then the heart.
See, it's painful when you start to suffocate there for a little bit, and you feel like your throat's closing upon you, and you start to pass out.
I'll give them value of fine.
No death is pleasant, unfortunately.
He was ready to go.
Yes. Now you are allowed
The only
to cry.
pleasant death is when you're already asleep,
No,
and
because you
frankly,
did
most people don't get that
everything
until they're
except
old and
yourself,
already in
and now-
pain. Unless you just happen to have a random
I
heart
don't think I
attack
can
when
do
you're
that.
young.
It's hard to believe that I've seen the death.
I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine.
His wife. She's now bustling off to organise something. But I totally understand why. Can I say that I was extremely impressed by how it was done? I thought that was wonderful.
Thank you, Gary.
And as for his wife, makes me proud to be English.
Oh, dear.
This has been a happy event. We've seen a man die peacefully, more or less in the arms of his wife, quite quietly, so that we never were actually certain exactly when he passed away. And when one thinks of all the other ways a person can die, and in what circumstances, that would count, as they say, as a result.
And that is a little segment of Terry Pratchett's Choosing to Die, which I believe is a really beautiful documentary. I've watched it first when I was 15 or 16 years old, and I watched it another time when I was like 20 or something like that. And watched it again a little bit today and stream. And I highly recommend someone else, whoever's watching this, give it a full watch at some point when you're up to it, emotionally speaking. I mean, he literally interviews three people that, essentially decide to get assisted dying. And in the very end, you watch what you just watched there. No, 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 I completely understand why someone can't watch it. It's difficult to watch it. I mean, they're not ending their life because of philosophical reasons. They're not just like, oh yeah, life is objectively bad. No, these are people that are in like chronic pain and people with like severe mental illness and stuff like that like are choosing to opt out because they just can't bear it anymore. So yeah, it's understandable. I mean, you're literally watching someone end their own life. Yeah, no, they're terminal, and I get it. Yeah, yeah. One of the dudes wasn't terminal. He just had like a chronic pain issue. Um, that guy was terminal. He was dying for a long period of time. You remember Dr. Kovalkian? I do not. I will look up Dr. Kovalkian really quickly. Well, he probably died before you were born, but he was an interesting person. Was an American pathologist in euthanasia proponent. He publicly championed the terminal patient's right to die by physician suicide. Oh, dying is not a crime. That's awesome. And he assisted at least 130 patients. That's amazing. Yeah, this dude's a real G. Shout out to this guy. He died in 2011, I guess. He was born in 1928. Yeah, he's pretty cool. Sounds like an awesome dude. Yeah, he didn't die before I was born, but he was definitely a geezer before I was born. He was basically like halfway into his fucking deathbed, given how old he looks in his final pictures. So, yeah, he's an old fucker. He was a huge news story in the 1990s. Oh, that's awesome. I'm old enough to remember. No, that's fair. Let me see. He's also an accomplished artist. That's awesome. His paintings all had that theme of being trapped. Oh shit, that's kind of metal. That's pretty cool. Feeling trapped in the void of life, the shithole. And he also never married or had kids either. That's awesome. Uh, Marriage, I believe, is like kind of just a waste of time, and having kids, I believe, is unethical for the most part. So it's pretty dope that he did all that in his life. Real Chad. Too bad there's no death by crushing. Yeah, real shame, my dude. Real shame. We can get shrunk down and bugged to death. Did it? Do they? What are you talking about? I'll be right back.
Yes. Yo.
Yo! Brant, you've been selected to represent Wisconsin by sharing your opinions on the Supreme Court, the future of access to abortion, and strategies for defending our fundamental freedoms. Yo! Of course I have, because I'm a mega Chad. Ayo. So, that's pretty cool, I guess. The American Civil Liberties Union has selected me for their survey. Fuck yeah. Thank you, American Civil Liberties Union. I will take your goddamn survey, and we will hopefully have my opinion shared at the Supreme Court. I'm just going to be like, straight up, just like, all beings deserve dignity. I'm just gonna go full pro-mortalist, EFIList, antinatalist mode on this, and just be like, yeah, here's my opinion. We should have abortion all the way up to all the way up to whenever we fucking want, and hell, also infanticide's cash money. Infanticide's cool. How appropriate. I know, right? How appropriate. It's like literally my thing. I have like a whole entire. I have like multiple videos on my channel about abortion already. So I'm basically gonna write a whole thing on us. Like I'm gonna write a whole fucking like paper. I should write a whole paper and then just like write like to them like a link like this, right? Like this, the link to my thing. Dear friend, all across our country struggle, blah blah. Roe v. Wade, no one cares. Dear Brandt, the ACLU is pushing back against most serious assault on reproductive rights. Oh, this is a cringe survey. I thought this would be an actual survey. This is a boring survey. Look at this. This is dumb. It's just like, with Roe v. Wade overturned, how concerned are you? Very concerned? Somewhat concerned. This is disappointing. Probably just want to fundraise. Basically, they have an option to donate money right here. So I'm just kind of like, this is pretty cringe. They know I'm willing to donate because I've donated to them in the past, and now they're like, please give us more money. And I'm like, no. Well, as much as I'd like to take their survey, I might. One thing, if I'm bored, I might take their survey just because it's good to have responses to those things that show support. And so, from a utilitarian standpoint, I have an obligation to do my bare minimum, which is like just check a few boxes and answer a survey. So I'll do that at some point. I'm not doing it right now, but if it was going to be an interesting survey, I might have taken it on air and been like, yo, guys, we're taking a survey, ayo. But, you know, we're not going to do that because, frankly, it's shit. They just want to fundraise, basically, as you say. I would donate to them again, but I'm broke as fuck. Plus, they're probably like, you know, not the most based thing ever. I mean, I'd rather donate to like an EFIList organization, which is like more based than that. Hmm. Someone impersonating Britney Spears? I don't fucking know, man. I never even heard of this shit. What? Noise. I will be right back. I'm gonna scavenge for food. See if I can find anything. Scrounge up some good stuff. And I shall be back. No. Yeah. Me just like salad guy. We're now doing another episode of Cooking with Brand. And now we're gonna go cook food. If you can call such things like great food. What? Yep. I can't tell if that was you saying like, "What are you gonna eat?" Is in like, "Are you gonna eat?" Or is like, "What are you gonna eat?" Is in like, "What are you going to eat?" Yeah. And like, I figured it was the first one. Is in like, "Yo, you're gonna eat something." So. Oh, I'm gonna have rice and beans. Rice and beans and corn. Ultimate combo. You, what up, Jay? Making food. That's about it. We'll just you're gonna be able to watch me just do my thing. I'll like show you what how I make some gourmet stuff via vegan meals. conversation Vince could provoke interesting responses. Yeah, if you think of any, let me know, my dude. Always welcome for input. Are you trying to get Natalist to debate on the show? Yeah, if any Natalists want to come on the show and debate, that's always more than welcome. If people who are EFILists and or antinatalists want to just talk with me, that's also welcome. That way people hopefully can see that in the future and be like, oh, interesting conversation, very inquisitive. But I'm preferring people debate with me, so. Maybe invite Jinx, search Jinx antinatalism. Okay, I'll do that in a minute here. Basically got ourselves Mexican rice, sweet corn, oh yeah, and chili beans, hell yeah. Hell yeah. studying. Chili powder. Garlic powder. Microphone warning, microphone warning. Shit's about to get loud. Look at that. This is the beans and the chili. Yo, sound warning is about to get loud again. Just saying sound check because I'm a little bit. Amen. Here we go, guys. Invite Jinx. Search Jinx antinatalism on YouTube. I imagine you're talking about on YouTube. Let's take a gander. You're talking about one of these guys? Saint Jack, the boy, cast chips, Hmm. Hmm. This guy? Wait, no. This guy. I need to type that into YouTube. Yep, him. Okay. When it comes to this dude, how do you go about talking to him? Okay, let's see. About. Fuck. Freeze. Oh, you can't see that. Anyways, never mind. It opens up in a different tab. Okay. Not showing my screen. I'm showing the tab itself. Okay. Fuck. Grab that. Let's close this. Let's open up my Gmail. And let's hope this guy isn't a fucking douchebag and is gonna send things to this guy's email. Here we go. We got email composed and ready to send. We're just gonna send it to his email being like, howdy, I'm Antisocial EFIList on YouTube, blah blah blah. Viewer said that you would be a prime candidate. Welcome on my channel for discussion such debate on these or related topics. I'd love to hear back from you. The best brand slash AS EFIList, Antisocial EFIList. You know, if he's smart, he'll understand what that means. There we go. Sent. We'll check back. A filmmaker tweeted me a hilarious Anthony Ellis film he made. Oh, that's awesome. Glad to hear that you're getting tweets from fellow AN people. Just uploaded it? Awesome. I'll give it a check. Seb just gave your video a listen to, the video that had the music video attached to it. Pretty mint. Liked it. Dude, a funny video you gave. Yeah, I hope it won't get taken down either, bro. Best of luck. Hmm? Trying to. Everybody's listening right now. I don't know if Tay is an anti-list or EFIList. I think it might be. But Seb is an EFIList. So everybody listening to me right now is an ally. But I'm trying to get someone in here to debate me. Mirror antinatalism, Lord bless us with less births today. Amen. Praise be. May Allah bless us. Let's stick a gander. Maybe. Who responded? Maybe. Nope, not yet. I mean, it's only been 9 minutes, but. I mean, what did I expect? 9 minutes. Or she, or they, I don't know what Jinx identifies as. Punk ass bitch. Yo. Seb, I imagine you're the one still watching. Is Tay still here? Is Tay still watching? Tay. I don't think so. Nah, they just dipped. A real shame. Oh, Tay is still here. Yo, yo, yo. Tay, why is this Jinx person not an antinatalist? Are they like an anti-antinatalist, or why would they be worth debating? Out of curiosity, if you don't mind me asking. Blowing O's. Calls himself a neutral antinatalist. What is a neutral antinatalist or something? Okay. Interesting. I will. Well, it means he's not an EFIList, so that means we'll have something to debate about either way. We'll have at least disagreements regarding imposition and rights and utilitarianism and all that stuff. He's a deontologist by the sounds of what that means, and I'm a consequentialist. So that'll be fun. Howdy. Never mind. Maybe not. What? What does response basse le ciel mean? Took me a long time to respond because my dad blowing a blower and blowing out the garage. I don't know why, but it's just in a cleaning mood, I guess. No, that's right, my dude. It's tragic, Luna, I know. He is not responded yet. Let's try refreshing though. I guess that's fair. Okay, today I messaged both of those people. Maybe they'll want to debate, maybe they won't. Probably won't be today, but they might get back to me in the future or something. If they do get back to me today, it'd be fucking wild. But welcome. What the fuck? What? The fuck? He green this.
So for me, hope is not like some abstract consideration. It's sort of a prerequisite for my survival.
Good news, bad news. One.
Well, either way, sounds like this guy's just cringe at the moment. Less than 100 feet from. You mean fight the Wi-Fi providers for giving us shitty service, and we haven't done anything about it for years? Like being like, hey, we're gonna leave. Wire walls are lined with lead or something like that. Like, why they decided to like spray lead into the wall? No, don't. We're not buying more of their capitalist like bullshit to be like, oh, this should extend your whole property line, but for some reason it can't penetrate to the wall. I mean, do what you want, but at the same time, it's just like we should probably just figure it out. Oh my gosh, my room is also bad for Wi-Fi. I can't go here either. The internet's garbage here, bro. We're gonna watch some of this shit. Apparently Hank Green deserves to die, but I don't think that's true. Hank Green probably should die because all people probably should die. But other than promortalism, Hank Green seems like an okay dude. No better or no worse than the average motherfucker on the planet. Oh my gosh. I'm not sure if I want to debate this guy.
Don't trust your college ethics teachers. Don't trust your university philosophers. They lie.
I mean, yeah.
They believe the lie that a good life is possible.
I mean, really, people like to disrespect my crew, but the fact is that you know my name and I don't know you.
How many people took antinatalism 101 in college? How many people had a high school class on antinatalism? Most people don't even have empathic leaders in this world who will torture millions to get off. It feels so good to call it all out and to just say, no, I'm not bringing more people.
This feels like satire, so I'm not gonna watch that guy. Let's watch that.
Is this terrifying in human psychology to justify us abnormal and sometimes whatever it is that makes our family abnormal by claiming that in fact really we have in common with all mankind. And this is becoming harder to see in the era of the internet because the internet by its nature invites us all to stand up and add our voice to the cacophony. It invites us all to come out and celebrate the ways in which we're abnormal. It's normalizing abnormality. And in many ways, that's a wonderful thing. The traits that made
Okay,
you
Humpty
feel
Dumpty,
uncomfortable
get to the point.
and trying to convince others that this abnormality is a uniform aspect of the human condition that everyone else is suffering. How many million of us will have to face up to the fact that either we would make terrible parents or that we already are terrible parents, or more humiliating still, maybe there was a time in our lives when we could have been a good parent, but now it is forever past. I remember talking very seriously with one friend of mine. He was 51 years old at the time and looking at getting married and having a child, just talking to him, well, look, what if it's philosophical? What if you're just committed to a view of the world, a set of opinions and beliefs that really disqualify you for parenthood, either because they reveal that you're a terrible person or because they've made you into a terrible person with the passage of time? Isn't it easier to claim that everyone is abnormal in just the same way that you are? Isn't it easier to claim that everyone would make a terrible parent instead of looking in the mirror and really reckoning with the extent to which you are abnormal. And you may be making the right decision by refusing to have or raise children yourself, but you're making the wrong decision in blaming others. You're making the wrong decision in vilifying all parents, or frankly, vilifying the whole human species, when instead what you need to do is recognize your own position within the species with all due humility.
This is idiot.
What you need to do is stop blaming others for faults that lie within yourself. Now, I have been on both sides of this kind of argument. If you've got really good eyesight, you'll notice there's a poster in the background there related to learning the Chinese language. I've sat down with seemingly intelligent people and explained, look, I just can't learn Chinese and I can't go any further with my career in Chinese, Asian studies, politics, history of Asia, because the university system is so bad. And I've had people turn around and use this kind of argument against me, like, oh, you're casting aspersions on others. You're blaming others for problems when the fault lies with you yourself. That's a long conversation to have. My point here is just to note, I realize how insincere this can be. I realize that this can become gaslighting in the parlance of our times. Okay. The passion with which antinatalists argue against sexual reproduction in principle, parenthood in principle. Right? I am making the claim here that it is, in the strictest sense of the term, insane. And there's a subtle distinction I just draw your attention to. All right. I couldn't find a university, and I couldn't find a university professor that was good enough for me, for my standards, to spend tens of thousands of dollars and years of my life getting a master's degree, PhD. I couldn't find that. And I'm interested in engaging in a critique of the institution of the university. And some of you may be sincerely interested in engaging in a critique of the institution of marriage, a critique of the institution of kindergarten and primary school and parenthood in some sense. Right? I'm not out here in this bitter, vicious, vitriolic way, heaping scorn on other people who have found a university that was good, who have found a professor, who have found a PhD supervisor who's good. I'm happy for them. And I know people like that, whether they're right or wrong. Right? I'm happy for them. It would be a significant step closer to madness.
This little egghead
is of madness the antinatalists are guilty of. If I were instead arguing that nobody anywhere can learn Chinese, that nobody anywhere should learn Chinese, or that the whole system is a giant conspiracy, it's a scam, these people are lying, that it's somehow immoral for anyone who disagrees with me and takes a path other than my own even to exist.
Learning Chinese doesn't cause harm to other people.
Or once a month, frankly.
It's kind of a waste of time given unless you want to propose antinatalism to the Chinese people.
You know someone who's embraced this set of excuses, and you've watched them over time. You've seen how it changes their opinion of themselves.
Dumb analogy.
You have to find a way to lead a meaningful life that contributes positively to the rest of humanity.
It's pretty fucking easy. You don't have to find this deep thing. It's just prevent suffering, fuckface. Do some things of like activism, donate to some like places where it actually counts. It's not that difficult. It's not like, oh, you have to go and search for it. People have been searching for thousands of years and it's been right in front of us. People have figured that out, like Epicurus and shit like that. It's just how it be.
Of your own, Adam.
And you guys just think that it's fine to keep reproducing. I mean, I get it if you're in a place where there's the male apes are like wanting to spread their seed in the women, and like societally you have no way to say no. And like guys are the most oppressive characters of all because they're the ones wanting to come inside of us and impregnate women so they can keep their family line going, their shitty DNA. And you know what? You know who the one suffers is? The women.
All right, so I did get a couple of people, one an email and this post by Anti-Gaia about some guy, Isol Mazazard, made some video talking about anti-natalism. I don't know what the hell that was, but it's disturbing in this context of this conversation that you would just play something like that with video game music where you're playing again with real critters' welfare. So whatever that game was, whatever that experiment was, clearly it wasn't very nice to impose that on those little monkeys, was it? But you don't care. Torture anything. Everything is bullshit to be tortured by you because it's entertaining somehow. Fuck you.
You know why I think our species is so fucked? Because people bring people here on planet Earth and then they have to take care of themselves for fucking ever. Like parents, you're assholes. You're assholes to do that to somebody. You expect your kid to figure out how to take care of itself without even asking the kid first if he even wants to do this shit.
Is that going to be your excuse till you're 65 years old? You're an adult now. What is romantic and what is not is up to you. Your parents may have told you that dandelions were poisonous. You're an adult now. You know better. You can make dandelion tea. You can make dandelion wine. You can grow a whole garden full of
Oh, geez. He's talking about dandelions. Tea.
I just want to say, for some reason, that would shock people when I said that. You never thought of it. People ask me, do you want to have kids? Obviously, before I had a kid. I would just say it depends on the woman I'm with. Yeah. Because, when I was with my
the hour, and he just chooses the 30-second little segment, 43 minutes into it. At this point, I'm tired of this guy's shit.
So he rifles through relationships, right? So let's get this straight. And he thinks he's got it now. So this one he's got under control now.
Yeah, sure. And if we really took the average human being, if I could actually make an average human being, you probably wouldn't invite him over for dinner. And that's the truth. You would find him fat and stupid and a lot of things, because that's what the average is. And so why are you supporting something that on average really doesn't turn out that well?
60% of the time, it works every time.
I think they should blame the world for why they don't have kids. You see, I don't see that at all. I think it's a judgment call who you are.
You going to grandma's?
So yes, obviously. So during this video, they made some statement about the fact that, look, the planet Earth is doomed. Some generation's going to be stuck with the liability. There's every prospect that human beings, there's no evidence that we're doing the peaceable thing. So we're just going to escalate the violence. And sooner or later, a generation's going to live where a nuclear bomb goes off again. And it could be the next generation. And so I'm going to have a kid and place him in a world where nuclear bombs are going to start going off. Because I'm a generous person. Yeah. Nuked Japs, dying of radiation sickness. 50 million people just disposed of in the prime of their life, just disposed of in ugly, horrible ways, raped to death. All kinds of horrible things happened in the war. And then the war of just living a grunt life in the modern society where everything is just so tacky, so superficial, so artificial. Our lives have just absolutely no genuine purpose because we're just here to screw each other over, to steal money in some way. To steal value. It's just disgusting to marginalize. And you're saying there's some reason to force a kid to play that ugly game. This ugly game should be perpetuated. Why would you perpetuate this ugly game? I wouldn't impose it on a robot. I wouldn't impose it on a horseshoe. I wouldn't impose it on anything. Well, except an asshole like you, maybe, if I could, because you deserve it. So all I have to do is convince you to understand that the only game you're playing on this tightrope is don't fall off. You're just playing the don't fall off game. There's no winning for walking the tightrope. There's only winning in not falling off, not getting cancer, not getting malaria, not getting humiliated, not being a fool, not being an asshole, not being neurotic and insane, and not being tortured in death many times over, dying more than once. These are the wins. Not dying more than one time. That's a big win. If I can avoid dying 5 or 6 times, that would be excellent. That's the win, idiot.
Yeah,
so you can't win all your.
Literally is preposterous. Like, what life? Propose me a fucking life that's worth living, and I will rip that bitch apart. Jeff Bezos. Well, what's he doing? Oh, I have my yachts, and I still need to buy more. Need. Nothing satisfies. Bezos launched me in the space. Yeah, that was pretty cool. When you're up there, you really see things from a different perspective. It's all big, and you're like, wow, I'm tiny. Whoa, it's like, I'm not like the center of the universe, man. And then he comes back down to Earth. He's like, more, spin. Yeah, Jeff Bezos' life isn't fucking Gucci either, Mr. Eggman. No one's life is fucking Gucci. So I don't know what the fuck Mr. Egg Dude over here thinks, but no life is worth living from just desire machines. And then when it comes down to it, let's see Jeff Bezos's footprint. It's quite literally the shit, bro. Like, he's fucking caused so much pain, consequentially speaking, that he deserves like hell 1,000 times over. Not really. I don't believe that. Like, I think no one deserves any type of pain because I don't believe in free will and stuff like that. But when it comes down to it, fuck him. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't deserve it, but when it comes down to it, if anybody deserved it, Jeff Bezos. Fuck him. He's a piece of shit. Fuck that vessel. So when it comes down to it, yeah, there's no one on this planet whose life is good. It's worth living. Jeff Bezos' life is not worth living. To be Jeff Bezos, you have to exploit things, and that's not a life that's worth living. Being an exploiter for your never-ending need machines, not fucking worth living.
You're doing is risking losing. Oh, God, this is an answer to a question. Oh, wow, how cool is that? Very, very sincerely overwrought over the ethical and philosophical issues raised by the enigmas. Yep, overwrought. It's just amazing. Well, anyway, yeah, of course, when you're raised by a culture that keeps telling you it's worth it, the gold medal's worth it. Everybody needs a gold medal. It doesn't matter what the preposterous thing is. You got to win a gold medal. So it doesn't matter how stupid it is. Like, how many times in a row can you hit yourself in the head with your fist in 1 minute? Yeah, just find something, try to do it really, really good, so you can win the gold medal. And that means somebody else didn't win it, and he'll be all sad and go, "I didn't win," and that's bad. But who cares? The game is about me winning. The game isn't about how stupid it is to sit there and say, "Let's just change the name of the asshole on top of the asshole pile." We have a big pile of shit. Let's just change the name. We have the wrong name is on the shit, so we have to put your name on the shit because the wrong name is on the pile of shit. The king of the shit is the wrong king of the shit. You need to be the king of the shit. And that's all that's taking place here. And somebody figures that out and they say, okay, yes, I understand. I've been programmed to climb a mountain of shit, to do nothing but put a flag in it that sinks. Yes, this is really a stupid program. Why am I playing this video game? King of the pile of shit. And yes, maybe somebody will have a little bit of cognitive distance, but I figure out that that's the game we're playing. And everybody's putting a quarter into this stupid
kind of,
yeah.
Game.
Like, this makes sense. We should play this idiotic game.
Not saying we shouldn't have gotten involved in World War II, but the reason we got in World War II is for economic reasons, because we got attacked. It wasn't because we're like, oh, we fear Hitler taking everything over and being an authoritarian. No, we're just scared our power was going to be lost, essentially. We didn't join because we cared about people. We joined because it's just another shitty power grab scenario. We wanted to be power. We wanted to be the world superpower. We wanted to stay that world superpower. We were worried about Germany's expansions and stuff. We got attacked at Pearl Harbor, and we're like, oh, well, if you say so. And then we got involved. So when it comes down to it, wasn't it worth fighting for? What? Given pro-mortalism, it's not like their deaths really fucking mattered. Talking about everybody that died, like literally everybody that died there. It's not like it really fucking mattered. It's just a little bit of, for living people, sure it did, I guess, but for them, it's just bullet through the fucking chrome dome, lights out. So I mean, hey, I mean, was World War II worth it? I mean, there was quite a bit of suffering, quite a bit of fear, anxiety on all sides, and for what? For this world that we're still living in now. Like, yay, we fought for freedom. I'm so glad I live in America. I'm so free. It's great having to pay for insurance just to stay alive. You know, it's great having to uh basically fucking have the media industry subsidized by the fucking government, and just literally just be like, oh wow, everything fucking sucks here and this is expensive for no reason. It's just fucking great. I'm glad people fought and died and suffered for this. That is great. Yep, it was all worth it in the end, truly. You know, nuking Japan. Sure, they were gonna launch fucking an outbreak of Ebola on Seattle, and we kind of nuked them, and that stopped like a major pandemic from breaking out in the United States. But you know, like when it comes down to it, that just means more people would have died. So like pro-mortalism. So like really, when it comes down to it, was it worth it for us to get involved? If we got less people, if more people, if we didn't get involved, more people would have died, which also means more people wouldn't have reproduced, which consequentially means there would be less humans alive today, potentially more chaos and stuff also. But when it comes down to it, less people, less suffering, less animals, less suffering. Uh, you know, when it comes down to it, who's to say, really? But when it comes down to it, it was a shit show, and it was not really for benevolent reasons we got involved, anyways. So I don't know what this Eggman's fucking point is.
Teach your kids how to play king of the pile of shit. No. Suffocate your kids at the. Don't wait too long to do it. Okay, but yeah, do it. Oh, Melissa in the background. She had a period of her life where those questions meant a lot to her. Anecdotal. I don't think Melissa had any of those thoughtful periods, frankly. She couldn't live with you if she did. She obviously can't smell or think. Not insane philosophical questions, but the questions raised by child-free people and atheist people on the internet. There's a reason why this is meaningful to millions of people. It raises questions of how should we live. Yeah, what means something to people? Again, it's just so again, the world is such a pile of shit. I mean, all these fake religious people, all these fake pretentious. I know best. I know how to fix the economy. I know how to find free energy. You're all a bunch of fucking idiots. The human race is an idiot. And you're a very nice example of the idiots. Should we not be, resolving entire time raising infants as opposed to doing the right. Well, again, this has nothing to do with any subject I'm terribly interested in about this whole thing of whether or not people should entertain themselves. The question is should you entertain yourself in a manner where you're subjecting risk to somebody else? If you want to entertain yourself by throwing bricks in the air and seeing if you can make them land on your head, then it seems to be your business. So if that's what you want to do with your time is risk throwing bricks in the air that land on your own head, fine. If you're throwing bricks and they're going to land on your ignorant girlfriend's head, that might be questionable. But the idea of throwing bricks, okay, and letting them land on anyone's head, that's really none of your right. Okay, you want to fuck your girlfriend, that might be your business, but you have no right to fuck me, bastard. And that's what my parents thought they had. They thought they had a right to fuck me. Well, no, they didn't. Okay, they were full of shit, full of ego and bravado and nonsense. And, I'm going to play God, and it'll all turn out wonderfully. Fuck you. That's stupid. Is it in fact net positive or net negative? Is it something selfish that subtracts from the world? It can't be net positive, as I pointed out. There's absolutely no logical theory that gets you to a true positive. All you can do is undo negatives. So again, if you want to justify the existence of human beings, you have to explain how they fix something that would be broken if they didn't exist. Okay, we make the universe richer. And it lives in a better house, but no leaky roof. We don't do any of that. We're not making we're breaking. We break things. We don't fix things. Our existence, we come into the world breaking, okay, broken, and all we do is spend the rest of our lives trying to glue ourselves back together.
Oh, I see
D&D.
D&D. What the fuck? I want to know what the D&D thing is about.
And the worst possible kind of death. I put that on the dice. You still gonna play the game?
I mean, really, people like to disrespect my truth, but the fact is that you know my name and I don't know you.
Philosophy is about problem solving. Sometimes the problem we need to solve is the attitude that lurks behind an argument, not a specific factual claim, and not a flaw in the explicitly stated argument. The attitude that this YouTuber in Mendham is demonstrating for you here is an attitude that I hear from vegan gains again and again and again. And the attitude is that they, as people who would refuse to have a child ever, that they are doing something bold and brave and defiant, whereas in fact what they're doing is cowardly, and they're trying to justify
How is it cowardly?
Their own
You're literally
cowardice.
preventing
The assertion
suffering.
that everyone shares this trait with them. Everyone is just as averse to these risks, these negative consequences as they are, or anyone who doesn't share their cowardice must be insane. In Mendham seems to think that it's absolutely absurd to take this risk, to risk sudden violent
No,
death
you got
at a
people are
rate
just
of 1 in
sadists
20.
and ignorant
At least nobody
and
would take that
literally
gamble. If
insane.
they knew
Like
they were getting
you
themselves
are
killed.
either
In
insane
World War I,
or you're a
Canadian soldiers
sadist
served
or you're
more than
ignorant to
50,000 died.
suffering. You
Very
haven't
roughly.
felt
Your odds of being
suffering.
killed,
You haven't
be 1 in 12.
truly
In World War II,
empathized with another human being
strangely,
on this
the statistics
planet
are even
in
more
any
vague. Couldn't
potential
find out
way
precisely how many people
that has
served in the
fucking
military.
meaning.
Perhaps 1 in 22. Your odds of dying in World War II, if you were born a citizen of Poland, are shockingly, staggeringly terrible. The fate of the Polish people as a whole, both Jewish and Gentile during World War II, will give you nightmares. So it gets much, much
Oh
worse
yeah, I'm
than these
sure you
statistics.
have nightmares
And some people
over
were cowards.
look at your
Some
nightmares.
people
If you
were
really had
cowards.
nightmares
And
over
some
other
people found
people
ways to struggle
suffering,
to
then
fight
maybe you
that were
wouldn't
not
bring
nearly
people in
so
this
easy
world.
as joining a conventional army that would at least provide you with meals and a place to sleep. You know, some people had to fight in much more terrible circumstances. If your position is there is no risk worth taking at a rate of 1 in 20, that you wouldn't roll the 20-sided dice and risk your own life, you are a coward. And I understand that you want to justify that cowardice by generalizing that
You
cowardice, by
are a
saying that all of
coward.
humanity shares this trait with you, but you're wrong.
No,
Having a child
it's
takes
called
guts.
not
Having a
taking.
child involves
It's called not taking risk with another person's welfare. Just as you wouldn't start rolling dice for another person's D&D character because it potentially could have player death. You can just as I've died like literally like 10 times in this campaign. Basically, I'm playing. Not really. I've died 1, 2, 3. I've had 3 character deaths in the current campaign. And then we're not even like halfway through it. And moral of the story is I wouldn't be taking the gamble on someone else's character on the table being like, oh, let me roll for him while he's AFK. No, no one should do that. That's a fucking dick move. You don't roll for another person's player character, just as you don't roll the fucking die for someone else's welfare. And guess what? D&D is just a fucking game, okay? It's a dick move to roll your fucking die for someone else's character in a fucking game, a fantasy game, where no one actually feels pain besides the emotional stuff of like, oh, my character died that I was playing for 9 months. Outside of that, no one gets hurt, and it's done, and it's actually kind of fun. And when your character dies, it gives memories and stuff like that. So afterwards, it's a little sad and melancholy for a little bit, but then you get like cool memories and stuff out of it. You know, bing bang boom. Life, you know, you get out of it. You get a bunch of memories that you actually fucking feel. You empirically feel them, and it can fucking hurt like a goddamn bitch. Do you think my friend killing themselves was just like, oh yeah, man? My parents just rolled the dice and Brant's best friend killed themselves, and you know he's gonna deal with that. You know he's dealing with that. Therefore, the fact that I'm not dead also means life's just peachy, right? Right, guys? I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm doing it. Literally, I'm only alive because I have a fucking ethical duty to be alive. There's literally no other reason. I could just as easy jump off a bridge, and you know, statistically speaking, there's a 86% chance that the height is high enough that I will die on impact. You know, like there's no reason. There's like plenty of high places. There's literally so many ways I could die, you know, almost instantaneously, and no issue. Shoddy downstairs, for example, in the safe, easy peasy. Just sneak the key off my dad's fucking work thing when he's sleeping during the day. Go to the fucking store, get a copy of it. He would never know. He goes to work. Everybody else goes to do their thing. Bing, bang, boom. Got the shotgun. Blow my own brains out. That fucking simple. Gonzo. No pain. 99% chance of success. You just make sure, yeah, go into the mouth and up, and don't aim to the back. You aim up, and then whoop, Gonzo. Goodbye, Brant. No more of that bullshit. So basically, there's so many ways you can just be Gonzo from the fucking world. It's so goddamn easy. Why would I be scared? There's no fucking reason to be scared. It's instantaneous. It's not like, oh, the pain of dying. No, it's literally just like you move your finger and you're gone, deleted, and goodbye. I just have a duty to be here, unfortunately. This is America, baby. There's a bazillion ways you can kill yourself and get away and do it easily. Like it's firearms. There's many drugs, legal, prescription, illegal. There's you can just go to Chicago and get yourself lit up by like going into the wrong neighborhood. I could literally just walk into Chicago with my antinatalist sign and just be like, "Yo, hey guys, how's it going?" And I'd probably get shot. So, it's just like there's many ways I could die right now, and I don't really give a flying fuck, frankly. I do activism on the street with a sign, and people are constantly being like, "Oh yeah, you might get shot, bro. You worried?" I'm like, not really, because I don't act. I'm not a pussy, okay? I'm not a little bitch. Not Antonilus and Ephilis aren't little bitches, okay, Eggman? Unfortunately for you, you didn't like show your face like 90% of this video. Instead, you're just sitting here for little D&D things, being like, "Oh yeah, if you're not willing to literally take a one in, if you're not really, I literally take a fucking 5% chance, 5%, 5%. That's a significant amount. In D&D, a 5% chance, you're like, yeah, you can farm. Like critical farming is an easy like fucking thing you can do in there. You know why? Because a 1 in 20 is quite a lot given the fact that there's like how many people in our fucking school that my one school I went to, there's like 1,000 people. That means you land on that, you land on the one, and that's critical failure. Oh no, that's like fucking, let's take a gander. That's like 200 fucking people basically. Or like I don't fucking know. Not 200. It's like 20 people. Like 20 people basically are just fucked. Do we like that's what you're just condemning. You're condemning 20 people just like, oh, get fucked. Like that's not cool. We're not ready to see you use 99 ways to die. Well, I'm not allowed to legally recommend resources to say that how you can die, but in my state it's legal to do that. But when it comes down to it, all I'm gonna say is the internet's your friend. There's plenty of ways people can die. Don't do it if you're an antinatalist. Don't do it if you're an EFIList. Don't do it if you're a vegan. If you're a piece of shit watching this and you're just like, oh yeah, I am not a vegan and I'm not an antinatalist and I think EFILists are really stupid and you have depression, the internet's your friend. Just kidding. I would never do that. I would never recommend something so heinous, so vile. I would be an evil person to do such a thing. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, fuck you. If you're not one of the allies and you think suffering's cool and you're like, yeah, man, I just want to roll the dice for other people because that's fun. Yeah, man. And I'm not even rolling the dice to try to prevent suffering. I'm not even rolling it because I think animals need help in the future. No, I'm rolling this dice just because I like to fucking bust nuts. I have a pregnancy fetish, baby. Oh yeah. And it's like, no, if you have like something like that in your brain, you can go fuck yourself with a fucking steel rod, baby. So I'm sure that's probably on the 99 ways to die as well. Getting fucked by a steel rod. The percent chance is probably a little bit lower, though, I imagine. But if you get that sharp enough and just go squat on that baby, okay, Eggman, I'm sure you can feel your pain and be like, oh. And you'll be like, I'm not a coward. And then you'll bust a nut as the blade just splits right into your prostate. And I'll just be like, sitting here like, wow, it's really amazing. He proved me wrong. You know, if you thought that was disturbing, well, maybe you shouldn't have been born into the fucking world. You're welcome.
Elements of risk, you have to be bold enough to endure unspeakable suffering.
Bold enough.
Not everyone should join the army. Not everyone should become a combatant. Not everyone should
Bold
become a
enough to
parent.
get raped, and you're just walking in Chicago and you're just like a woman and you get and a bunch of people just walk up behind you and you're like, hey bitch, what you doing? Where are you going, huh? I like your wallet there, huh? And just like and they start manhandling you and then you get dragged off into an alley and fucked by a bunch of like brutal people. Yeah, that's just a risk we all take. And if anybody that doesn't want to take that risk, any of the 1 in 3 women that get sexually assaulted, if any of those 1 in 3 women, they're all cowards. They're cowards if they think that that shouldn't have happened to them. That's just their role. That's just a role they played in life. That's their fate. They got fucked right up the ass by life, and guess what? That's just a part of the shit show, baby. You know, it's the roll of the D&D die. They chose to get the character creation, right? Like everybody gets to roll the die, man. You get your nat 20s or you get your critical failures, and sometimes you just get dragged off into a back alley and thrown into a van, become a sex slave in the streets of like Seattle or something for like the next like 5-10 years until you're no longer pretty enough, and then they fucking shoot you and dump your body in the lake. And like if you think that's, oh my god, Brand, that's really disturbing. How could you say that on YouTube? Well, guess what? The fucking world is a lot more disturbing than anything I could goddamn say on here. So when it comes down to it, buddy boy, your your critical failure getting D&D is like, oh, you slipped and you took 10 damage. No, in real life, your critical failure is like, whoop, you walked down the wrong alley and now you don't have a kidney anymore. So go fuck yourself, Eggman.
Not everyone has what it takes. And I would never attempt to convince Vegan Gaines that he should become a parent. He would doubtless be a terrible parent. He is doubtless correct in his assessment that he should never have children. But isn't it for the
I would be a great parent. I'm a literal psychopath, but I would be a great parent. I am nicer to most people than non-psychopaths are. Like, quite literally, I could raise a child and they would probably be a more benevolent person than almost anybody on this fucking planet. The thing is, I don't want to raise a kid. I don't want to raise a kid at all. I have no desire to, never have, and frankly, when it comes down to it, there'd be that slight risk that like if I just decided to like be like, I don't like this kid, or maybe I would neglect them like my parents slightly like neglected me, like they raised me, but they're also just like, here's a TV, have fun, sit in front of this, and I'm like, okay. And now you have me being antisocial and not socialized very much as a kid, though I'm quite aware of how the world works because, as I said, I watch like History Channel and stuff, so I'm quite aware of the function of the world since a young age. War, brutality, nature, tearing things apart, all that good stuff. I was quite fascinated with the world and its brutality as a child. Anyways, the moral of the story is, fuck this guy. People aren't cowards for not wanting to suffer. I'm well aware of the suffering that's in the world, and I go about my day-to-day business quite fine. I don't even have anxiety, really. I'm diagnosed with anxiety because apparently acknowledging the world's suffering is apparently like, oh, you're diagnosed with anxiety. But I've never had an anxiety attack in my entire life. People that don't have diagnoses for anxiety are like, oh my god, I had a panic attack last week, and I'm like, do you have anxiety? And you're like, I'm technically not diagnosed. I'm literally diagnosed with anxiety, and I've never had a panic attack in my life. That's how bullshit the fucking psychology system is, guys. It's literally just like, you're like, yeah, technically speaking, there's a 1 in 3 chance that I'll get cancer, and given the fact that there's 3 males in my household, my dad doesn't have cancer. It means it's either me, my brother, or me, statistically speaking. So, one of us is going to get cancer and die, statistically speaking. Hey, do you know 2 other males in your life? Oh, they don't have cancer. How old are they? Oh, they're older than me. Well, I guess that means me, statistically. I'm hardly the one that's going to die of cancer, doc. I'm not talking like, oh, I'm anxious, I'm going to die of cancer. No, I'm just talking statistics. I'm being realistic here, bud. And she's just like, oh, you check anxiety. So yeah, this is how bullshit the fucking world is, and just like you, I don't have anxiety. We're just simply acknowledging the fucking risks, okay? We're not cowards. We are just understanding that there's a fucking major risk every day you're alive. Every day I don't put a shotgun in my mouth and pull the fucking trigger. I'm taking risks, okay? I'm literally could get cancer, could get fucking struck by a vehicle as I'm driving for Coca-Cola, and I could get paralyzed. I have ton, and I'm not in a state where I can legally get killed. No, I'm not. I don't have $10,000. I can't go to another place and get myself legally killed. Every day I'm alive is a fucking risk, and it's basically an assessment that I'm hopefully not gonna get crippled, and hopefully not gonna fucking be like a fucking like vegetable or some shit. And my parents know that if I'm a vegetable, want me to pull the plug. But I'm not sure what the fucking state laws are on that type of shit. Moral of the story is every day is a goddamn risk for me being alive. I'm not a coward. I'm simply a negative utilitarian. Like everything is about utility, buddy boy, Mr. Eggman. You'd think with such a round ass head, you'd have a little more brain matter up there. Like, come on, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Mentally humble, humiliating to stop and
Guess
reflect.
you are, but
that
you
this is
just a
something
fucking
I can't
big
do.
old
This is something you
pig.
personally can't do. This is something you're lacking, but that others should do, must do. That even perhaps is a
And
little
you'd be
bit
like,
heroic
oh, but
or
you're a
unattainable, that some might be
vegetable.
able
And I'm
to
like,
admire
okay,
in others.
funny,
No,
funny.
no, no. What people like men must do is justify their own ego by vilifying more than 90% of the human race by saying that everyone else is crazy. Everyone else is crazy because they don't share this fundamental cowardice. There's a philosophically significant contrast between this problem I've been describing and what goes on in the minds of newly converted atheists, people who've just made the transition from American Christianity to American atheism in the 21st century. Let me just pause to disclose, I am myself an atheist, and I am not one of these atheists who has the attitude of whatever makes you happy. So, like, you do you. I'm not an atheist who's in favor of spiritualism or spirituality or continuing to celebrate Christmas just so that you can sing songs with your extended family. I am much more of an extreme and uncompromising atheist, but nevertheless, I'm not interested in supporting an atheist movement that's built on a lie any more than I'm interested in supporting a religion that's built on a lie. I'm quite willing and eager to examine the defects and disadvantages of atheism and the attitudes atheism brings into our life in the same way that I'm willing to examine the defects of religion and the attitudes and assumptions religions bring into our life. There was a huge phenomenon.
I was a life positive atheist for the longest fucking time, my dude. Like, you can find your own subjective meaning. Just because there's no God doesn't mean we can't live for ourselves and for the discovery of the universe and for knowledge and for helping mankind and improving itself. And then I realized one day, oh wait, knowledge doesn't have any inherent value to it. Knowledge is just an instrumental tool to prevent suffering and promote pleasure. That's when I became a utilitarian. And then I was like, wait a minute. It's not very ethical to inflict pain on someone just for pleasure. Like, what even really is pleasure, anyways? Huh? And I began to think about that shit. And then all of a sudden, David Benatar popped into my brain, like, popped into my view. And I was like, whoa, what's this? Click. And I was like, oh, and like, got enlightened, fuckface. It wasn't just like, I'm just some I'm not some edgy atheist. It was just like, there is no God. Now we must all die. I was, I was homicidal as fuck, always have been. But when it comes, even when I was Christian, dude. I was like literally like a Christian that was just like, we must slaughter the we must. Almost like I was like, I'm a Christian that was literally like, we must slaughter the Christians because we will send them to God. The atheists and the Muslims, they can be spared and converted, but then they must die also before before Satan takes hold of their minds. This world is heavily and completely useless. Be united with God. That was basically the mind of like psychopathic Christian me. And I never hurt anybody for the record. But I'm just saying, like it's not like antinatalists or like, oh, like if you become an antinatal, no. I was always been a little fucking psycho fucker. But when it comes down to it, Mr. Psycho fucker here, at least says empathy, and I'm not like some egg-headed twat who just is like, oh, I'm gonna risk rolling dice for other people. I've always understood the value of suffering. I was just a sadist, so I took that value and was just like, yeah, baby, get a nut. And now I'm just like, oh shit, your $5 is like my $5, and your pain is like my pain, and me taking pleasure in your pain is okay, so long as I'm also trying to do things to prevent pain. But when it comes down to it, I should never cause pain to get pain myself. Now I have fucking awareness of like logical consistency of being like, oh, well, if I don't like pain and there's no difference between another person's pain and my own pain, maybe I should apply it as just the utility of myself to the utility of them. Wow, everything just fucking clicks into place, and then you become a negative utilitarian. So, okay, Eggman.
In the 21st century. Searching now on YouTube, I couldn't find a single video examining it or discussing it. There probably are videos, and they're probably very censored and hard to find within YouTube. Topic for the video. I couldn't find a single video just now talking about the psychological pattern of people converting from Christianity to atheism, and then assuming, and then imagining that the most heroic thing they can do is live a life of sensual indulgence, live a life devoted to sleeping around or seducing other men's wives, or engaging in whatever sexual acts were forbidden before. Where suddenly they regard it as courageous, heroic, and manly, shall we say, to do all of the things their grandparents would have forbidden them to do before, precisely because their grandparents forbid them to do before. They're incapable of recognizing
that there is a kind of heroism, there is a kind of virtue, there is a kind of self-discipline in
Clearly
being a
haven't
good
seen
person in
people
the
who are
absence
like
of that religious tradition.
bachelors
In the absence of the
and
delusions
people who
that
are
grandparents can subscribe to. Nevertheless, they face the same challenge of what it means to be a good person, especially in relation to controlling one's
there's
sexual
a ton
desires
of
or whatever
rich
other
people
miscellaneous
who are
desires
like
before they
doing
subordinate it
origins
to these
shit.
ridiculous
They just
religious
don't
delusions.
brag about it.
In the same way, it seems to be very easy
But
for people to
okay.
convince themselves that there is something heroic about antinatalism, that there is something heroic about refusing to take on the responsibilities of a parent, just because their religious tradition, just because their parents and grandparents.
You see, the fun thing is when you have the money to live a lavish life, you kind of want to put out this narrative like, oh, guys, you see, it's really about being modest and like living a minimalistic life. You see, guys, like, I don't actually have orgies in the weekend. I read a book because knowledge is power. I'm Ty Lopez, and knowledge is power. You know, like that's basically how they all fucking act. Okay, rich people are fucking douche canoes, and they're gonna basically act like they're not doing orgies and shit like that. But when it comes down to it, no, like a ton of people who are like atheists are just like, yeah, man, nothing in this universe matters, bro. I'm a fucking nihilist, bro, and I just wanna fuck. Like my brother is literally just like an atheist, but he has like such such narcissistic hope that he basically believes he's a god on Earth, and pretty much thinks that like, oh well, if I don't want to die, I can't die, so there has to be something else. And other than that, I've pretty much convinced him like in the past that like religion's bullshit. So, when it comes down to it, most people who once they realize religion's bullshit, they either do one of two things. They either realize, oh, I need to value something else, which is what I did, and I started valuing like humanity, and like then I started valuing pain and suffering and pleasure, and now all I do is value suffering. Then there's Colin, my brother. He's just like, yeah, man, nothing matters. Just manipulate people and fuck them over, and like, just like be a fucking douchebag to everybody. Do crypto, mine rigs. Fuck yeah, screwing people over as much as I can. It's all about the game, brother. It's all about the game, the grind. Say, gotta fuck them hoes, man, and fuck your friends over. Everybody's a traitor, man. Like you can't trust no one, and no one can trust me. That man, that is pretty much what it's like being like a douchebag, like shitbag, like Colin. So, yeah, it's just kind of like, what's there to say? I mean, you can be a douchebag or you can not be a douchebag when you become an atheist. And frankly, there's plenty of people who are atheists who don't really run their channel as I'm an atheist, but they briefly mention like, yeah, man, I don't really believe in God, I don't really jive for that, But they're all like these clout channels that are like manosphere shit. Like a ton of them are like atheists. A ton of these manosphere channels are also atheists. All these red pill channels are like all about like being yourself and like all that type of shit. Those are basically atheists and ran fucking egoistic, atheistic fucking pieces of shit. It's like they're all over the place.
Conditioned them to believe that having a child, that raising a child, that making those sacrifices, that taking on those responsibilities was something they were obliged to do. Okay? In rejecting religious belief, we reject the obligation as irrational. And I would agree that you have no obligation to any god to be, shall we say, sexually a good person, to be self-disciplined in dealing with your desires and the consequences of acting on those desires for yourself and others. You have no obligation to any god. You have an obligation to yourself. You have an obligation to others. You have no obligation to any god, and you have no obligation to your parents, your grandparents, your cultural traditions that may be outside of religion, strictly defined. You have no obligation to your ancestors stretching back thousands of years or any of those values in your family. You have no obligation to anyone to have a child. And yet you should still be able to recognize the type of self-discipline, the type of self-sacrifice, and yes, even the type of heroism that is required, that is involved in making the commitment to have and raise children. I look at people like
Heroism.
And when I look at people who
Heroism.
after converting from Christianity to atheism and suddenly have to indulge in sex with prostitutes, use of recreational drugs, and all the things that were forbidden in the
heroism.
What I see is a kind of cowardice. What I see, of course, is a reckless lack of self-discipline that they are justifying in their own minds as if it were courage, because for them it's an act of rebellion against these absent grandparents.
It's not
absent
courage,
ancestors.
you
Yes,
fuckface.
these absent
See,
God.
you can tell that you can tell this guy's insecure and actually thinks that like we're in the right, because he's acting like we're saying that we're courageous. No, if you listen to people like Amendum and saying, or a bunch of other people, he's saying that we're all pieces of shit. He's saying we're all biological machines. There's no free will. The fact that he stumbled across this is just a fucking fluke. It's just a fact of biology that he happened to have the chemical makeup, and happened to be in the circumstances, and happened to be in the fucking right place, right time, and things just clicked in his mind right into place, and it was just a byproduct of chance. He's not saying like, "Oh, I'm heroic. Praise me, amendum, and praise me." Illicit mind, praise me. This no, none of these people, who are EFILists, none of these people who are antinatalists. Amanda's not out here being like, "I am so wonderful." These people are basically just acknowledging that they're janitors. Okay, we're just doing the very bare fucking minimum. Okay, we're doing it basically. We just woke up one day, our programming, we kind of realized, oh shit, like somehow our programming became a little bit of self-aware a little bit, and just happened to stumble across so much suffering, and we empathized with it that we were just like, oh shit, this really fucking sucks, not for just me but for other things too, and goddamn, it can suck more for other things than it can for myself, and it's not worth that at all. Like all of this shit is not just because like, oh, worship me, I'm such a good person. No, it's just simply we're not even free, bro. Like why would we think we are? Why would we think we're like worthy of like praise? Why would you think that like none of this shit is like anything of that nature? It's just you either realize it or you fucking don't. When I call people pieces of shit and stuff, that's just because I'm angry at people and find them annoying as fuck, and I like to target their egos because if they're just gonna be disingenuous, I'll be disingenuous. So when it comes down to it, though, when I say you're a piece of shit, fuck you, you're a piece of shit. But when it comes down to it, you don't have free will. So Mr. Eggman here, it's not like you're an actual piece of shit. It's not like you can control the fact you're blabbing in like a retard on the camera. I appreciate your dialogue though. It got me like, content, I guess. So, yeah, let's let him close out his video. Yeah, he just does that fucking cringe thing. Anyways, we be boogieing. Thank you, Tay, for that video. It got me a little angry, but at the same time, I love being angry. Anger, I live for it. I live for the feeling of hatred. Just kidding, I don't. But yeah, I'm cool with having any sensation. Feeling is more better than not feeling, I guess. I mean, seeing as how not feeling is bored, and boredom causes pain, and at least feeling anger is like sucks and it's negative emotion, but it's more of like an excitement emotion and just like a vibration of like inner energy that's kind of negative but kind of energizing and positive. While boredom just sucks. And quite literally feels like it's sucking you dry of all your fucking energy and will to do anything. So hence I'd rather be angry than bored. So does anybody? I know it says there's 3 people watching. I know one of them is just a Discord thing. 2 people are apparently watching me on YouTube. Is Tay still here? And whoever else is watching me, maybe Seb, maybe someone else. What's going on? What's happening? Yeah. Bippity boppy. Bippity hoppy. now there's only one person watching. Apparently they just wanted me to talk shit, and then once I was done talking shit, they were like, I'm outie. That's fair enough, I guess. T's probably still here, just lurking, doing something. Yeah. Fare at my house tomorrow night. Gonna be burgers, brats, salmon, trout, potato salad, and other things. My dad's smoking salmon. I can also get vegan options for Brant. Cool. I'm down. Will show after D and D. Bonk. And nobody is watching anymore. Truly brilliant. Now I can suck my own dick on camera and no one will know. No, I'm kidding. But I can. Now I can say whatever I want. No one will report me until they watch 34 hours into the stream. I can say the N word. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna wait. Someone's here. Oh, I'm here. How's it going? uh. Yeah, I'm just big chillin'. Literally Keanu Reeves. Wait, what? Wait, really? My friend Sam is in California, and I guess, bruh. One of my not best friends, but one of my friends is in California right now at a concert called Bottle Rock, and apparently Keanu Reeves is there. That's fucking metal. God damn it! Why? I'm never gonna invite me and Ben have our own eyes on this man right now, bruh. That's awesome. Yeah, I guess two of my friends are with. I met him once. Yo, that's fucking awesome. Okay, I guess everybody's meeting Keanu Reeves except me. So, apparently that's a thing that I will never have happen to me. Had no fucking clue he was in a band until we landed in Cali. Oh, apparently Keanu Reeves is in a band. Okay, that's fucking dope. That's dope. Apparently Keanu Reeves is in a band. Didn't know that, but now I do. Well, was near him. Okay, that's pretty dope. Either way, the fact that you saw Keanu Reeves and was near him, that's pretty cool. It's closer than I've ever been, which is not anywhere near Keanu Reeves. Talk to him or don't come back to Wisconsin. I love Max. He basically just told my friend to not come back to Wisconsin if he can't talk to Keanu Reeves, and I'm just like, fair enough. Based. We might. You better, Sam. You fucker. Yo, my dude, you better talk to Keanu Reeves, man. I'm gonna suck your vocal cords right out your throat if you don't. What the fuck? Weirdest threat, but one one that he's gonna be like, excuse me. Darian probably just listened to my fucking recording. He's like, what the hell? Darian's just completely ignored the fact that everybody's talking about Keanu Reeves and is like, so who's coming over tomorrow? I am, I guess. Darian doesn't know how to do things properly, so I'll do it for him. There we go. See, I'm really efficient, so Max voted won't lol. Oh no, he voted going. Okay, funny. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just am the efficient, logical one, so I always just make polls in the group chats to be like, okay, we're just doing this shit, and instead of everybody is like just trying to sort out thoughts and like fucking chat and like, oh, what is it, so you're going or not going, and I'm just like, here's a fucking poll, click going, click won't go, lol, or vote can't go. One of those three: going, won't go, or can't go, and that is just that simple. And that's just how you take the tally, you know. I'm all about logic. We'll try as hard as possible, Brant. Awesome. They're gonna try to talk to Keanu Reeves. I wish I was there. I'd just tell him to subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'd try to convert Keanu Reeves to an EFIList, and then we'd truly have a mega chat on our side. Just be like, "Yo, Keanu Reeves, what do you think about reproductive ethics?" And he'd be like, "What, man?" And just like start talking to him, and try to convince this man it's wrong to have children, and then we have a most famous, wholesome 100 man on our side. We would truly be winners then. But, unfortunately, I'm not in Cali right now, so I guess that's a rip. Hmm. Yeah. Let's go to the playlist for cult. And let's you all are totally welcome for the cult whenever I form that. Probably once the world starts to end, everybody starts to realize the world's ending, I'll be like, join the cult. We'll probably They'll probably be based off a mainlander, but also really metal and like Transformer easy and stuff like that. Yeah, the cult, bro. See, the plot so far is it's bullshit, by the way. but people are retards. So, the plot of the cult is basically God was like Jesus, and like there's the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, which is like power of God, yeah. And basically, they're like defending our dimension, brothers. And like when the interdimensional gods of the other realms came to invade ours, like 2,000 years ago, right after the biblical times, when Jesus was like, "I'll come back." The reason they never came back, man, is because they fought off the interdimensional gods, bro. And then Yahweh was like, Alakalabamba, and just blew himself up, and just Al Akbar'd himself, and essentially interdimensional god. Yeah, bro. Yeah, you don't understand because your mind's just small. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just making up this bullshit. It's just for flavor. And yeah, basically that's how you get the Jesus maniacs on board and the Scandinavians, because they're like beefy boys. The beefy gods fought in beefy space, and eventually his muscles rippled so hard that he exploded and destroyed the vast army of the interdimensional space god invasion. But legend has it they'll someday rise again and make this world a living hell. Oh. And so therefore we must commit seppuku. Just kidding. No, but no, when it comes down to it, we're not gonna actually form a cult that's like based off of like anything like that. But we're totally gonna form like I'm totally forming a cult though. Like there has to be like a religion based around EFILism that's just like totally out there, because frankly people sounds fun. Exactly, it sounds like fun. It sounds like a good way. It's like Satanism, like none of people in Satanism actually believe in Satan. None of them are actually like really believe like Christianity and hell and all that stuff. They're just like, lol, Satan's a pretty rad figure. Like he's a cool dude who's all about like freedom and stuff. Rick Rebel, lol. So Satanism, but cool. Exactly. It's gonna be like Satanism, but like less with a bunch of weird pedophiles and like with less creepy people who are just like, we're allowed to do whatever we want. And I'm like, yeah, but what about this? And they're like, anything we want. And I'm like, okay, sounds like you're like a rapist, bro. And they're like, nah, nah. And I'm like, okay, you're weird. So yeah, I'm like a little less rapey, but like awesome at the same time, because Satan. I have problems with Satanists. I'm sorry. I like Satanists. Yeah, people think Satanism are evil or edgy. In reality, they're just a bunch of losers. Yeah, basically. I mean, it's basically just a bunch of losers. I'm not gonna lie. Like I've talked to some Satanists before, and yeah, fuck them. I'm sorry, but I don't like Satanists. I have gripes with them. They're all about like freedom. They're anarchists basically, and every anarchist I've ever met has been pretty much like a pedophile of some sort. So just like not like just basically not a pedophile, I shouldn't say, but like willing to fuck minors, and there's like douche canoes basically. So I have issues of anarchists. I have issues that make born again Christians look cool, pretty much. So Satanists are kind of like them, in my opinion. They're kind of just like, we're allowed to do whatever, man. You shouldn't be tied down by like the rules, bro. And when it comes down to them, that's kind of like sometimes the rules are a little important, dude, and they just seem to not get that. So I kind of have a little bit of gripes with Satanists and anarchists, but at the same time, they are anti like theology group. So I like that they're anti-theists, because I'm an anti-theist. I just think they're a bunch of edgelord loser anti-theists, like this guy right here just pointed out, basically. So, they're a bunch of edgelord losers and could be actually productive, but kind of aren't. Anyways, let's click shuffle.
Hi. In section
Hi.
12 of Counsel from
Subscribe to
Maxims,
Christopher. He's
Schopenhauer
awesome.
advises us on how to deal with misfortunes that have already passed. It's just 2 paragraphs long. Here's the first one. In the case of a misfortune which has already happened and therefore cannot be altered, you should not allow yourself to think that it might have been otherwise, still less that it might have been avoided by such and such means, for reflections of this kind will only add to your distress and make it intolerable, so that you will become a tormentor of yourself. And here he cites a long Greek word that I'm not going to try to pronounce.
Yeah, it's fucking wild.
No doubt it means self-deprecator or self tormentor. It is better to follow the example of King David, who, as long as his son lay on the bed of sickness, assailed Jehovah with unceasing supplications and entreaties for his recovery, but when he was dead, snapped his fingers and thought no more of it. If you are not lighthearted enough for that, you can take refuge in fatalism and have the great truth revealed to you that everything which happens is the result of necessity and therefore inevitable. So Schopenhauer is telling us here, obviously, this sounds like actually like very good dad advice, right? The kind of advice your father might give you. If it's in the past, it's a misfortune, it can't be changed. Don't waste your time thinking about alternate worlds where it's not the case. Don't beat yourself up for what you might have done to avoid it. Like King David, if you're strong enough, like King David, try to change things for as long as you can. Once the misfortune is set in stone, accept it and move on. If you're not strong enough, the fallback position is to think of determinism and necessity. Take comfort in the fact that things could not have been other than the way that they are, and you've already moved past a bit of the regret and beating yourself up over it to the position where you can begin to think about how to accept it and move forward. Here's the second paragraph. However good this advice might be, it is one-sided and partial. In relieving and quieting us for the moment, it is no doubt effective enough. But when our misfortunes have resulted, as is usually the case, from our own carelessness or folly, or at any rate partly by our own fault, it is a good thing to consider how they might have been avoided, and to consider it often, in spite of its being a tender subject, a salutary form of self-discipline which will make us wiser and better men in the future. If we have made obvious mistakes, we should not try, as we generally do, to gloss them over or to find something to excuse or extenuate them. We should admit to ourselves that we have committed faults, and open our eyes wide to all their enormity, in order that we may firmly resolve to avoid them in time to come. To be sure, that means a great deal of self-inflicted pain in the shape of discontent, but it should be remembered that to spare the rod is to spoil the child. And here he quotes a Greek proverb from Menander that I've not been able to translate, but doubtless means the same thing. So that's the end of section 12. What is he telling us in the second paragraph? As good as it is to be able to be indifferent to misfortunes that you can't change and to ignore the alternate paths that you might beat yourself up for not having taken, if there is an error of yours that has contributed to the misfortune, it is worthwhile to cause yourself fairly significant psychological pain, dwelling upon your contribution to it in order to impress upon yourself all the more deeply the need not to make that mistake again in the future. It seems to me good advice, and again, it's kind of Schopenhauer in full dad mode here, giving advice to people who might govern their minds poorly. So we use this kind of self-discipline to impress upon ourselves our own contribution to our misfortune so that we might avoid making such contributions in the future. This reminds me in a slight way of Simone Weil's observation in her essay on school studies, that we ought to contemplate our own wretchedness and impress upon ourselves our own inadequacy when we go over, say, a school exercise and realize that we've done it poorly. Weil has in mind a kind of spiritual benefit that I don't think Schopenhauer is thinking of, but I just thought I'd mention the connection. So that's it for section 12. We'll look at section 13 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye.
He's such a great channel. Subscribe to Christopher. He does like a bunch of IRL utilitarian vibes. Oh, we watched King of the Hill.
Philosophy, you don't need a whole bunch of complicated math. If you're a rational person, then you realize there's no magical gods or leprechauns or fairies that are running the universe. Just
Days ago, I think. We'll skip to the very end.
Welcome back to the channel. This is DeremF. We are back again into the
Prison
prison
called
called life. Glad to be back with another video. And I'm shooting this video with a saddened heart, you know? And I'll tell you why in a second.
Was he going to talk about Ethel Blaze?
You know, I'm not in my high spirits, you know, that I'm typically into, you know, I'm not in my high spirits. But I just realized that, you know, even in our community, the anti-natalist community, that freedom of speech is a myth, you know? I mean, you hear it all the time, man, that you should just be yourself, you know? But my point that this life is a prison, it gets proven over and over again, you know? And it just got proven a few days ago over the shorts video that I released, you know, that this life is a
This is
prison.
some drama with
I
perpetual
mean, I thought in this
pleasurist,
anti-natalist community, we could allow ourselves to be ourselves.
agnostic
you know?
and
I thought
fatalist.
we could say however we felt. You know, I thought we had that platform. I thought we had that
Frankly,
fellowship.
I'm not going to go
But
and
clearly
watch
that's not
this
the case. You
video,
know, when somebody says,
but just know there's
"Don't let
drama in
people
the
change you,"
anti-atheist community.
I'm signing out.
There's plenty of drama.
Life has way too many risks in it, ways to fail. There's so many danger flags. It's so impositional.
Danger.
It's rolling dice with somebody else's welfare. There's so many analogies how dangerous this is. You have to ignore all of that to have a child. Totally indifferent to the real prospects of real outcomes that are really, really bad. If you really think about all the negative potential, it's enough to prevent you from going anywhere near it. Pushing your kids onto a tightrope of addiction or addiction to tightrope walking. Downside risks are much darker than the brightness of the upside accomplishments.
Ding dong.
Risk is not
Doorbell
worth
is
the
ringing. I'll be
reward.
right back.
Pain weighs more than joy, because the joy is really a mitigation against pain. Your greatest joys in life are gratifications of your greatest deprivations. You have to walk a few miles in the desert to really appreciate a glass of water. Clearly, life is tainted. Deserve has nothing to do with it. Things really horrible. Imposing is really horrible. It has these liabilities that are just too big. Poison is too much of the pie. I'd rather have nothing than something that's tainted. You're saying it's okay. I don't mind a few of them dying of stuff, even though you didn't do that. You didn't die of leukemia at 10 years old, but you know it's okay. You do it for the cause. You're sure that you would do it for the cause. I don't think you'd put up if that was the real deal. You're going to be the victim. I don't think you'd volunteer for that. I don't think any bold talkers with other people's welfare would ever have the courage to do any of that crap. Obviously, life has
I'm a
a lot more
cousin
than one
of
short
you.
straw in it. Let's just say you have that one short straw in 10. I would never
Oh,
have
one
any
of my
kind of notion
cousins.
of having any ability to stick that in somebody's pocket. Say, I'll decide for them. I'll say the victims are okay. It's okay to make these victims. Because these other things need to do something totally meaningless. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing that's going to take place. This meaningless crap. It's all okay. We're so cool, and we're going to do such cool stuff that your suffering will be well worth it. It's just so obnoxious. Here you go, Jimmy. Here's your cancer. Here's your pain and suffering, and it's all going to be worth it because your brother's going to have a great time. I think that's pathetic. I can't even imagine how somebody could say, I would take full responsibility for what I'm philosophically defending. I wouldn't mind having to impose all the negatives on all the victims because it's such a beautiful thing. Glorious nothing. This huge price so somebody can babble and walk and pretend to be somebody. The whole plan is to make a whole bunch of failures so one or two winners can pretend they won something, and they get to be killed too. They're going to be stabbed to death in the end anyway, and that's just a fact. So the whole thing is quite insidious to make all of these little competing things when you know you're going to annihilate most of them. Most of them will be in children being annihilated.
Annihilated.
Evolution is using only one thing. It's using the whip. Reward is created by taking the ouch away. Punishment is imposed by giving you the ouch. And the rewards are illusions. They're delusions.
Human beings could coalesce on an idea like the world is round, and it could be like a 99.99% understanding, and only a weird, perverse.
Yo. Psychological map theory. So, yo, subscribe to Carrie McCarpet, her channel, so I can whack your
Speech
shit.
and other
I love it.
significant sounds as visual phenomena when we take
Psychedelics are drug are legal in the UK
In this
and the
video,
United
I'm going
States.
to explain why we see music and speech and other
Very.
significant sounds as visual phenomena when we take psychedelic drugs, and why we see angels and demons and other assorted archetypes in these states. In other words, why there is in fact a biological explanation for what our ancestors referred to as a spiritual realm. That realm is a kind of sense perception about the environment around us. And of course, this is speculation. Psychedelic drugs, like other things which reduce activity in the default mode network of the brain, give us a glimpse into our old perception and what it would have been like when we lived in the rainforest and experienced the world much more through instinct and much less through the rational style of thinking that pertains to that default mode network activity. And back then, we would see this psychedelic screen all the time, full of geometric patterns and Jungian archetypes. That would just be part of our normal perception. And what this layer of perception would do is very simple. It would make chemistry and sound that benefited us somehow register as visually or emotionally beautiful or appealing, and chemistry and sound which was neutral or bad for us register either as nothing or as something repellent to shoo us away. So to give you a couple of very simple examples about how this would work, if humans were eating a fungus into extinction, it could survive as a species if it evolved a chemical that caused humans to see a demon in their psychedelic screen. The humans would take this to be a physical entity, possibly the spirit of the fungus, and they'd run away accordingly. Conversely, if a plant or fungus wanted us around, if it wanted our manure or our ability to carry stuff, then the relational chemical specters, which would evolve in our consciousness when we ate its chemistry, would be lovely, benevolent hominid avatars. This is a way that the sovereignty and importance and role of each plant and fungus to the environment and to us could become legible. So although talk of things like plant spirits in the modern world just sounds made up, what I'm suggesting is no, what we're seeing is a fragmented echo of this. This is an archaic sense perception, and it's really the same as our other 5 senses, which also make good environmental things register as pleasant and bad things register as unpleasant. But this screen would have been a sense perception that was really quite linguistic in that it would use symbolic visual imagery that had evolved over generations to help us annotate our environment in a very detailed way. So why would this linguistic, symbolic style of perception come about in the first place? Well, it's not just that plants and fungi speak a different language to animals. It's more that they operate in a domain where the context and meaning of each to each other is harder for us to instinctively recognize. We have a natural instinctive understanding of the meanings of animals around us. We're naturally afraid when we see 8 legs on a creature or sharp teeth, or when we hear a roar or a hiss. We find the sound of birdsong pleasant, however. We find we're moved to protect baby animals by finding them unbearably adorable. So here, we're not understanding the language of these animals when they're communicating with each other. We're understanding their meanings to us and how we need to relate to them. And our ability to do this is helped a lot by the fact the way they behave is very similar to how we do. So we've already got the apparatus in our brain to hear their calls to each other, to see their movements. And this kind of stuff helps us gauge their meaning to us. However, to instinctively understand the relationships that plants and fungi have to us in the way they understand their relationships to each other, we'd actually have to have dedicated pieces of brain that were plants-like or fungi-like themselves, so we could conceptualize them more on their own terms. And you know what? Why bother? It's a lot easier to just have their chemistry talk to our software or our visual cortex than it is to have dedicated hardware that we have to carry around. That way, our software can give us an animal translation of what fungal and plant chemistry have proven to mean to us over the time we've been interacting with them. And what the resulting phantasmograms in our awareness tell us is a lot more complicated than just the ambitions of that individual plant or that fungus. I don't believe this is the plant or fungus speaking to us. What's speaking is the voice of the environment, which is telling us how to relate to these organisms in a way which benefits it as a whole. So to investigate this language of visuals even more, let's look at its analog in the physical world, because did you know there is a 3-dimensional precedent for this kind of language? The eyes that appear on the wings of a butterfly are a spectre or a demon. They scare off potential predators by pretending to be a predator. The orchid that looks like a female bee, whose aim is to get the male bee to mate with it, that's a spectral lure, drawing the bee in so that it'll transport some of its pollen. The flowers, which are like the geometric portals we see in altered states, tell us to stay here or to come here, and that's something I'll talk about more later on. So this language of visuals is something that appears in the physical world too, and some people would say it's a language of manipulation because the bee is being conned. It doesn't get to mate with the flower it thinks is a bee, but in fact the bee's being told what the environment needs. When it tries to mate, its pollination of that plant is maintaining the balance of the ecosystem upon which it relies in turn. So at a species level, the bee is playing a useful role and being correctly guided by visual language to protect the endurance of its own species. And there are some instances, as I was talking about in episode 1, where individual insects die in service to their species through the guidance of this visual or chemical language. So those individuals might feel a bit shortchanged, but those insects are Christ-like. They are dying for the good of their species in those examples. These symbols and chemicals always speak in service to the balance of the ecosystem. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't have been selected for. However, here's the thing. If I was to say to someone who's taking dimethyltryptamine, a substance that used to appear in our old staple diet of fruit and green leaves, that the spectres they saw were just lures and just scarecrows, they weren't part of a physical reality, they were just telling us what to do to make the environment work, these people I think would tell me I was wrong, because that realm that they go to with DMT, along with the entities that inhabit it, seems more real than we happen to towards the end of this video. But firstly, let's consider why the psychedelic realm is so full of such realistic imagery, where this language, when it appears in the physical world, almost looks poorly realized by comparison. You know, the eyes of a predator that appear on the wings of a butterfly are not that realistic to us anyway. I mean, they must be realistic enough if they work, but they don't look quite right, because when these eyes appear like this, they have the same problem as billboard advertisers have. They're appearing to everything within the vicinity, so they have to cause the right reactions from all organisms they encounter in the round. They can't act as a scarecrow for one predator, but an accidental lure for another. And so these things don't seem as well rendered as they do in the psychedelic realm, because they have this very tight niche in which to emerge to absolutely everything. A plant that wants to scare off humans might start evolving a demonic face within its foliage to make us think twice about eating it. But then that face could start scaring off the birds upon whose service it also relies. So that tactic wouldn't be selected for. The same goes for chemical repellents. It's not always possible to always use one species without affecting your actual partners who you like if they have similar biology to what you're trying to do. So of course, a lot of this stuff does manage to emerge, but it does look fragmented to the human eye because it's spread across the landscape in the different visual languages of the different animals that it's trying to speak to. Therefore, as internet marketers will tell you, there's a massive advantage for the evolution of some system whereby signals only occur in the minds of individuals and they appear differently in accordance with the different needs of each reader. So when these lures and these scarecrows appear in our minds, they're incredibly realistic in vision and behavior because they're written in the language of humans alone. They're written in human perception, and they've also got to appear real if they're going to be selected for. If they didn't affect our behavior, they just wouldn't be there. So animals do, as our human ancestors once did, go around within a personal matrix that tells them what's good and what's bad individually in an environment of immense physical complexity where such detailed, comprehensive instinctive understanding would otherwise prove very difficult. Now, just to reiterate, this is only a logical extension of what we already know because we know we go around in a personal matrix. We hear only the range of sound that we need to hear as a species. We see only the colors that we need to see. The colors appear differently to each different animal. And the only thing I'm adding is to say that our matrices also contain a psychedelic layer of relational perception as well, with symbolic patterns and scarecrows and lures that ancient humans and other animals perceive as entities that are genuine pieces of reality. In the old days, it's likely these spectres would be quite uniform to those who saw them. But what we find now is our brains are populated with the artifacts of culture. So when this chemistry metaphorically presses the predator area of our brain, it may throw up a scary creature as it did in the past, or it may just throw up our own learned version of a scary creature, or an assortment of our general fears, which is why there's an unintentional side effect here that's quite therapeutic, because these substances can show us forgotten and suppressed experiences that we didn't know we'd filed under fears and under joys. But in a sense, the old, more uniform spirits, in inverted commas, that we used to see looked real because they really were real. These are genuine avatars of plants and of fungi and of other things, which, as I said earlier, may made us relate to the organisms in exactly the way we needed to, appearing scary, to shoo us away, appearing as friendly hominids, to say treat us as partners. And this is the time-based data forged by generational empiricism between our species and theirs. Over time, the visions and experiences thrown up in our minds would have varied. And then the ones that worked best to make us relate correctly, in other words, the maps that worked best to navigate the territory, would have been the ones that became established. So this language is a visualization of occurrences in the fourth dimension of time and, let's say, the fifth dimension of consciousness. But however you want to label this empiricism, as we might call it, it does appear within a dimension in which time seems flattened and static, so that it's accessible beyond its normal presentation in our modern sober states. And so this data constitutes gargantuan aspects of what we need to know about to function in sync with everything else. I mean, I can suggest another example of something you see very often in psychedelic states, which is a bit like the predator eyes that you see on the wings of a butterfly. Many people see an array of beautiful human eyes adorning all surfaces, and these are benevolent signposts that may be saying treat the environment as though it's alive. Now, whether it's actually alive is neither here nor there in a way. The point is you have to act as though it is if you want to match the pattern of your behavior with the pattern of the environment's needs. So this is the voice of empiricism calling. This is, you could say, the voice of whatever it is that animates us, possibly the voice of what some people call God. And so, although I've described this psychedelia as a language, as though it's just a film across our old awareness, like an afterthought, really, I take it to be the richer part of holistic perception. Awareness is linguistic in itself. It's the ability of matter to make a copy of external signals within a conscious domain, a map, and then through inherited instinct feel compelled by these signals to act in a way that matter over time is found to be conducive to the balance of the whole. So where the laws of physics keep the movements of inanimate matter relatively stable, the laws of inherited perception, or empirical temporal map making, if you will, keep those movements invoked by consciousness in sync with other conscious life developing in the vicinity. DNA is like a ledger system that tells you how to relate to your environment through this perceptual language that's been written by time and interaction, and different pieces of that perception in our DNA are activated by different chemistry within our environment. So a great deal of specialized brain chemistry that exists to describe things around us is manufactured outside the body within those things that require description. This psychedelia we used to perceive could also be the drawing board where biological behaviors were sketched, only later to emerge in 3 dimensions if they proved successful in that psychic domain. And given it's a domain made of time and of consciousness, I'm put in mind of Rupert Sheldrake's ideas about morphic fields. This could be something like that domain of ontology, which informs what physically materializes later on. Hence why evolution appears to make progress much faster than we'd imagine if it was based on mere trial and error that we see in the physical world, because this other hidden realm in which this stuff is playing out additionally. Now, what of the geometric pattern?
I basically think if transhumanists want to do anything of use, they probably have to revert our minds back to the proper way of viewing the world, which was like through this DMT psychedelic plant visual cortex of like interacting with the environment like that way. Unfortunately, I think we've kind of bypassed that evolutionary factor like too much, so probably we'll never be able to get back to like a pure state of that. But we can try to get something similar where people are just tripping balls and feeling great. Unfortunately, so long as desires exist to any extent, so will humanity and consciousness and sentience and all that jazz, and that means pain, and pain's not cool. So no matter what, negative utilitarianism and primordialism still apply. But if people want to go about a route of making things better, I mean, it's probably something around the variance of like, making people trip shit.
What do they mean when we see them? Well, they basically mean, as I said before, stay here or come here, and flowers are an echo of this. They attempt that same thing. And in the previous episode, I looked at how these patterns have physical properties that literally manipulate animal brains to make us stop where we are. They dial down our default mode networks using their physics to shift them out of rational thought and into an instinctive and somatic sense of relaxation. And it's that process that causes us to feel we're experiencing an overwhelming sense of beauty. And the result is that fungi and plants have evolved chemistry which induces these patterns in the minds of susceptible animals to help halt them where they are, so the fungi and plants can then use their services. So please do watch that video if you haven't already, because I go into the mechanism by which the patterns affect our brain. But the point of recapping that is to say that if chemistry can say stay here or come here using patterns, could sound want to do the same thing? Because we see sound in altered states when our rational thought is dialed down. A lot of us see sound because we have synesthesia, a condition affecting about 1 in 100 people. And then there's the fact that most of us would probably say high notes on the piano are sparkly and bright, whereas low notes on the piano are muddy and dark. Why? So as a culture, we all seem to have it a bit. There's an arbitrary visualization of sound within us instinctively. And I would say, yes, we did once see sound, because if you take something like birdsong, it would be incredibly useful if certain very specific songs were so beautiful to your perception, you wanted to follow them and stop where they were the loudest, because some birdsong happens right next to the fruit that we want to eat. So if we were following these sounds instinctively because they were creating gorgeous visuals in our minds, and we enjoyed it when those visuals became stronger and more detailed, this would be like some kind of visual GPS system that would lead us to fruit without us having to think about it rationally. And it wouldn't just benefit you to be around relevant birds when they happen to be eating fruit. Just living in the general area where they lived would mean you were in a place that would provide for you too. So if your screen had a pleasant buzz of beauty in it that was relaxing your nervous system, which came from very specific environmental signals from relevant birds and relevant insects, which is why the high notes are brightest and most easy to see, by the way, you'd know you're in a good area. You would actually see the degree of a locale's abundance within your screen, and the effect of those patterns would be to relax your nervous system. So you might think, well, how come we don't just find that birdsong compelling to listen to so that we're drawn through the sound alone? And indeed, if you watch episode 2, I've shown the way that pattern sound, which music is, also uses physics to dial down the default mode network in the same way visual patterns do, hence why we find music beautiful to listen to. So there is potential for sound to physically manipulate the brain out of rational thought and into the sense of beauty which halts us. But it's my guess that the visual element of sound we see in altered states and saw in our old perception evolved as a booster signal that was activated by only those sounds that were relevant to us. And this would therefore be absent when we heard sounds that were very, very similar to listen to, but were not relevant. And this is because in an oral environment where many sounds are very similar, we can't actually evolve a mechanical response to the physics of sound, which makes us relaxed, because that oral physics-based response would then be triggered by many other similar sounds, and we'd be relaxing all over. the place. And so the visual booster signal is a helpful secondary filter that brings in a halting pattern to our perception only when highly specific sounds are occurring. Is there really no other way to do this? Why not bring in a chemical booster signal? Why not release dopamine when highly specific sounds are detected? Because visuals are more immediate and can be dimmed and switched up in milliseconds in accordance with how the sound is evolving. So the sense and degree of pleasantness that results from the halting visuals is an incredibly refined and detailed way of instructing the limbic system. Stay here or come here. So that's some of the visual world of psychedelia explained from my perspective anyway. Let's just suppose it's 100% accurate. If it were, that would mean we are profoundly perceptually impaired. Without this accurate signaling, we don't know how to relate to things in a way which meets their needs and our own. And if you listen to the first 2 episodes, you'll know we can't just get this awareness back by taking psychedelics today. What they tell us is so context dependent. You have to take them in the environment in which they grow and also in an environment in which you've co-evolved closely alongside them for a long time. Otherwise, they're not going to be descriptive of that locale. Indeed, when the psychedelia started fading in our perception, we were immediately aware we had a problem. We didn't have the signals to tell us what things were like in the short term or how to maintain the health of our environment around us in the longer term. So our solution to this fading was religion, where we basically decanted the dying signals out into writing and artifacts. So we could put together some instructions of how we believe we needed to relate to the environment around us. Therefore, it's crucially important we don't look down on our ancestors because that's just plain stupid. As archaeologists, we need to go back to ancient religious artifacts to see, oh, this thing seemed to have a spirit in the old days. Perhaps this thing had a spirit. Perhaps certain concepts and behaviors and attitudes had spirits in our ancient perception. Perhaps our ancients' belief that the ancestors live on after death was a similar kind of perception.
Anyways, subscribe to Carrie. Her channel's fucking great. Trippy dippy shit. Fun stuff. Yeah, anyways. No one's watching anymore, so I'm bored. So many things. Hey, brother, you still believe in one another. Nobody's here. Howdy do, welcome. People don't start talking. I'm gonna go on Bingo Live and start talking. Howdy, howdy. Wisconsin, yourself? Wisconsin? Cheese land, yeah. Wisconsin, the land of cheese and dairy. I got you. That was short-lived, just like my will.
Çok su içtim. Hi.
Howdy. God fucking damn it. Howdy. Lord. Howdy. You drunk? You're not drunk? You said you only do this when you're drunk. And you said you're not drunk. You just skipped. What the fuck? Hello?
Good morning.
Morning. How's it going on a subjective level?
I'm great. What about you?
I'm hanging in there.
What are you up to?
I'm just live streaming. Is that okay or?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just having conversations about veganism, antinatalism, and philosophy with people.
Nah, I'm sorry, man. I'm not into that.
Nah, it's fair. Take care. Have a good day.
Have a good day. Bye.
Ciao. Howdy. Weirdo.
It was like, I'm gonna just go in and I'm gonna
Howdy.
create
messy eating bitches.
Tim, I'll get the lamb meatballs.
Yo,
I
what
remember
you
I really
eating?
enjoyed those last time I got them.
Eating taco?
I love pickled onions.
Are you vegan? You're not vegan? Okay. General Kenobi. Let's slow dance. Germany. Sukabulia. This man looks like he wants to like steal my soul and toss me off a roof. The homeland, the chosen people. Fuck. Hey, how's it going? You old fucking geezer piece of shit. Hope you get a heart attack. Howdy. What's boppin', G? Oh, what? Oh, okay. You have to type. Well, I'm just here to talk about philosophy. Are you a vegan? No. Do you mind having a conversation about veganism? You interested in that, or? Hey, veganism, dietary conversations. Not every day you can have a conversation about your diet with a random stranger on the internet. Fuck you. Howdy.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Good, thank you.
No problem. Are you a vegan?
What's time there?
It's
What's time there?
7:07 p.m.
Okay, so the sun is still there.
Yeah.
Here it's 1 a.m.
Oh, it's quite late. So are you a vegan, by the way?
What's mean vegan?
It's when you don't consume animal products.
I still didn't understand. Sorry, my English is bad.
It's the eating of animal products like beef, chicken, dairy like milk, eggs. Yeah.
Okay, vegan. Okay, I understand you.
Yeah, it's when you don't have that.
I eat everything. I eat everything, only people and pork.
Ah. You eat pork, you said, or you don't eat pork?
I don't eat pork because I am in my culture and my religion. It's not good.
Oh, that's understandable. Islam?
Yeah, I am a Muslim.
Awesome.
Yeah.
What do you think cattle like beef can feel pain and suffer?
What?
Oh, do you think cows and chickens can feel pain? Like, do you think they're like humans where they can feel pain, like ouch, and like not want things to occur to them?
Look, God create this animal to help us to eat, and it's not a problem to eat fish and chicken.
Hmm.
It's the same fruit. fruit can breathe also, trees, and so if you think like this, you will not eat anything. Also trees, if you eat fruit and apples and banana, it's the same thing.
Do you think perhaps
Animals or
do you think perhaps Allah wants us to use the natural world that He's given us instead of like how we're doing it now? Like instead of farming, shouldn't we be like hunting and living off the land, perhaps?
look for hunting. There is rules.
Hmm.
When there is time, it's not they can people hunt animals.
People can't hunt animals, or they can?
No, they can't because animals they will have baby also. You know, understand me?
Yeah, yeah.
In some months, but the baby when they grow, then they can hunt.
So the circumstances where you can hunt an animal, you can't hunt them if they have children.
Well, yes, thank you.
Okay.
Tell me, you are vegan?
Yes, I'm a vegan. Yeah. I mean,
so you eat meat?
No,
you eat meat,
no, I don't eat meat.
but it's not problem.
It causes pain to the animals, and as you said, they do for something to be brought into existence, they have to come from a mother, which means these animals are the sons and daughters of other cattle, and they basically raise them to a certain age, impregnate them artificially, and then have more cattle, which get slaughtered. So in a way, they are, if it is a rule to not slaughter and hunt animals that have children. I mean, we're doing that all the time in our industries.
Yes, there is in my country there is some months. It's the hunt. They can't hunt. If the government catch people hunting, they will take them to the jail.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we
Yeah,
have
but
hunting as well.
in the other months, they can hunting to eat and you know.
Yeah, so it's like only certain times of the year. Like you can't always hunt, but there's like a season for like a hunting season, and you can like only
Thank
hunt
you.
a certain amount. Yeah, we have the same thing in the United
Thank you.
States as well. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, you understand me.
Hmm.
So you never eat fish and chicken?
I used to in the past until last year. I quite enjoy fish and I quite enjoy chicken. Poultry is great. I love chicken. I love turkey. Beef tastes awesome. I love myself a good burger. But when it comes down to it, I don't think we should cause unnecessary suffering to things. Like we don't need to eat these animals. At least not the ones that we, breed into existence in farmlands. We could hunt if we wanted to. And I don't have problems of hunting inside season. But when it comes down to it, I don't think we should bring animals into existence on farms at a mass scale unnecessarily. Especially for reasons like you said, like they do have like baby animals that are like the sons and daughters of other animals, and they're being killed unnecessarily at young ages, like not their natural lifespan that God intended them to have. Like Allah intended these animals to live like 10, 20 years in their natural lifespan, but we kill them after like 8 months sometimes. You just feed them really a lot, and we've genetically engineered them through selective breeding, which is just like choosing the best cow and breeding it with another cow that's really strong, and then having like a strong baby cow. And then basically we've done that for so long that now we have like cows that produce more milk than naturally would and grow more meat than they naturally would. So they kill them when they're very, very young. So I mean, if you do have problems with them slaughtering like babies, essentially baby cattle, baby animals in the wild, in captivity in the farms, they're essentially slaughtering beef cattle before the age of 1 year of age, or sometimes 2.
Oh. So if we all are all vegan, so only we eat only potatoes and onion. That's it, and the fruits.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like potatoes, beans, nuts and berries, soy, lentils. You can get vitamin like seaweed. There's like you can take vitamins for all this stuff, and there's like still spices and stuff. Like I basically eat beans and
Oh, yeah.
corns all the time, bean and corn, and like different vegetables all the time.
I am sorry, I can't. I have to eat a burger.
It's not that bad though, man. There's like veggie burgers out there that taste pretty good. You just gotta get like some good spices on them. Like if you really think about it, what does beef taste like? Okay, like if you just took raw beef and just slapped it on like a slapped it onto a pan or something like that and fried it, it wouldn't taste very good, would it? Like you have to add spices and stuff to make a burger taste good. And it's the same with veggie
Yeah.
burgers, you know? Like a bunch of plants won't
Look,
taste good, but if you add spices, it does.
look, we in my country, we don't we don't eat like Chinese dogs and cats. It's not good also.
It's not good to eat cats and dogs.
In Chinese, they eat everything.
That's you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Do you think it's wrong to eat dogs and cats?
Of course, it's not good. It's not only sheeps and chicken and beef. That's it. It's a good meat.
Good meat, yes. Perhaps it might be good for eating, yeah, but do you think that those animals are just as smart as do you think the reason you shouldn't eat cats and dogs is because their meat's bad, or do you think it's because they're like, sentient beings that feel and suffer?
Not a feeling. It's a meat bed. It's not.
Interesting. So
Look. Chicken for eating, it's good. And beef and sheep. Dogs and cat, no.
So what determines which meat is clean or not clean? I mean, since the time of the Quran's first writing, we've genetically engineered and selectively bred cattle so much that they're no longer the same species of cattle that we originally ate. So are you sure that like the modern cattle is still like a pure meat, or has it been tainted by human interference, perhaps?
I didn't understand the question.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. You know how you said there's like good meats and there's bad meats? Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, we've selectively bred. Do you know what that is, or selective breeding?
Look, it's you know why I said good and bad? Because Allah, God, it's allowed to us to eat this animal.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know. That's what you're saying. But we've altered the genetics of cows and chickens, so they produce a lot more milk. They produce a lot more meat. They're no longer the same cows that we once raised like 200 years ago or 2,000 years ago, around the time when the Quran was written 1,500 years ago. The cattle are a lot different nowadays than they were back then. So do you think perhaps the meat has been tainted nowadays, like by what humans have done to animals? Like, should we still be eating this meat, or do you think we should revert to like a more natural lifestyle of like hunting and gathering again?
We have to take care of animals. We have to take care.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, we should take care of animals, but I don't think we should be taking care of them in the way we are right now. Right now, we're slaughtering them on a mass scale and altering their
Yes, we have
genetics.
to take care and maybe build farms, a big farm to animals and take care with them.
Interesting.
What's your religion? What's your religion?
I'm an atheist. Well, I'm also pandeist, I guess. I believe that if there was a god, it committed suicide, essentially.
Atheist?
Atheist, yes.
Is it? Do you believe God? There is God or not?
No, no, I don't think so. I think that if a god ever existed, it was forced to take its own life and cease existence. Like if you believe in a perfect being, like why would a perfect being create anything? If a being's perfect, all of its it doesn't have any desires. Desire implies that you have some of imperfection that needs doing.
Look. Why you don't believe that there is a God? Who create this world?
Well, I believe it's possible that a god might have created this world. I just don't think it created it intentionally. I think it was a byproduct of it killing itself, basically. Like it doesn't have any. Either think that there's a chemical reaction that occurred to create the world, or a god essentially chose to destroy itself, and as a byproduct, the world was created.
I don't know how you believe this. I believe there is one God. He create this culture, this country, this world. Look.
Is God worth worshiping? Is God good? Or like, why do you worship God?
What's the question?
Do you think? Do you believe? So you believe in God? Do you think your God's worthy of worship?
Do I think my God is
worthy of worship? Like it should be prayed to.
Yes, we should to pray to thanks God every day.
For what though? Like what makes God so good in your eyes?
Because He give us everything. Look, if there is too much people, He give me too much thing better than other people. Like I can talk, I can see, I can walk. You
Yeah, but
understand? I can breathe. I have a good health. I
yeah,
am safe in my country.
do you see what
I
you're
am
saying
safe in
though?
my country.
Like you're saying that you're better than other people in terms of your health, in terms of your wealth and all that stuff. That means there's someone out there who doesn't have those things though. And your God also created
Yeah.
that. I mean, that means it means like
Yeah.
your God brought those people into the world in a condition of
Look.
suffering. Like why would he do that?
Look. In this life, it's like exam. God create us to examine us. It's like you have to. There is some good and some people have money. Some people they don't have.
Yeah, but
Look, the
why
God
would God create the ones
give
who
you.
don't though? It
They
seems
they give you two people. One have money. One no. He should the one who have money help the second.
yeah,
It
they
should be
should.
like this. Yeah, and the one who have a good health have help the one who doesn't.
I agree, yeah. I 100% agree,
It's
but
like
why create
it's
the
like this
sick
like
man in the first place or the poor man in the first place?
this look this life it's like exam. Look, when some young people have a good health and they have money, they don't think and remember that there is Allah, God, and there is they have to help people. And if suddenly they have accident or something, They asking people to help them. Why, when you are a good life, a good health, you didn't help people? You understand?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I donate a good portion of my income and do a lot of charity work. Not charity work per se, but activism. And I have, well, I'm not exactly rich or anything. I'm kind of poor, but when it comes down to it, I don't have like a bad life or anything. But yeah, a lot of people do have that where like they when they're wealthy, they don't. I think it comes from if you don't experience a lot of suffering yourself, you don't really empathize with other people's suffering. So you need to feel pain to understand other people's pain, I think. So people who are too well off, a lot of times just kind of sit in this bubble of bliss and assume everything is hunky dory.
Look. You know why I believe that I have a good religion. You know why?
No, I don't. Can you explain it to me?
Because because I see our rules in my religion.
Hmm.
The rules in Islam, it's a good rules. For example, the rules you have to respect your mom and dad. You have to help your them when they old, and never tell them the bad words. And you have to don't steal and never no drugs, no beer, no alcohol, no. It's a good rules. This helping you to have a good life. You understand? If all people taking these rules, the world he will be, we will live in peacefully.
Well, yeah, but that's just common knowledge. I mean, you should take care of your body to be able to take care of other people, you know? Like, your body is a temple. Christianity says the same thing. I know a lot of people think that Allah and Yahweh are the same God, so I'm not gonna, like, get into that, but when it comes down to it, like, I mean, all religions have good life advice, and even the non-religious have good life advice. I mean, creating rules
Yeah.
for yourself is just a common thing that people do. I don't think you need religion to do that, though.
But this advice, the religion give us this rule, this advice and rules. If there is not, look like when you go to study, you have a book. If there is no book, there is no study. Like this, it's the same in the religions. If there is no religion, there is no rules.
I don't agree with that. I think we have things programmed into us from evolution so that we feel pain and we understand that other people feel pain and we don't like to feel pain. So we can have morality, like you can understand that people like to be respected. You don't want to feel demeaned. So you should respect your parents and you should respect other people in your society. You should respect your neighbor. We understand that pain is bad, so we shouldn't unnecessarily hurt people unless it's just defend ourselves. You know, like all these things can be broken down into pain, which is a natural thing that's poured into us. Like I don't think we need God or a Bible or a Quran to understand good or bad. We just need to understand that you and I both don't like to feel pain, and we shouldn't inflict that on each other.
I don't agree with you. Look. When you go to some place, you don't know this place. You need a maps or no? You need a maps. This word, the Quran is the maps of this world.
Oh, we're done with that shit. Fucking A. Okay. Fucking. God, man. I hate talking to religious people. It's impossible to get through their fucking skulls. There's literally fear God and they're just like brainwashed, man. God is good because God is good. God's good because rules are good. And literally doesn't give a single explanation of why those rules are good. Rules are good because God gives them. God is good because God gives rules. Wow, tremendous. Thank you. Very cool. I love your argument, dude. I'm really convinced. It's almost like that's been said like 1,000 times before and it hasn't convinced anybody who has a single fucking brain cell. What's boppin', viewers? I was doing some chat roulette and it just made me hate being alive more than I already do. So, you stopped doing that. Yeah. Now we're just big chillin'. Big chillin'. Yeah. But yeah, as we're all saying here, basically, yeah, fearing God. God's a fucking sadist if he's cool with all this shit and bullshit ass exam stuff like, oh, this is all just a trial. Fucking a. I hate people, man. People are literally the worst. I have good house. I have house better than it literally like listing just Mendham thing. Like Mendham's literally just like all this is about being the king of the hill, the king of the shit pile, doing better than your neighbor. And he literally is just like, okay, so what's so good about your life? And he's like, I have better health than other people. I have more money than I'm like literally just listing how he has more things than other people. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So your win is just being better than someone else's loss. Cool, great. That's such a fucking fantastic thing, like being better than a loser. I think he was explaining why he was grateful. Yeah, grateful, but grateful for what? Like the fact that he's better than people who are like it's just like everybody's just grateful because and happy that they're not having bad things occur to them. Like, yeah, I know that's what he's grateful for. That's what he thinks the world is good about. What you're grateful for is what you think is good in the world. You're not grateful for like bad things. Like I'm not grateful that like a rape occurred. I'm grateful because like I didn't get assaulted. I'm grateful because won some money or got good health today. Like, yeah, that's basically what he's listing. He's listing a bunch of things he's like thinks are positives, and all these positives are just him listing things that aren't bad. Basically, he's just listing like things that like could be bad but aren't bad for him that are bad for other people. So he's basically just saying like, look at me, I'm not in the negative, and I'm just like, yeah, great. Like, your God's so great. He's blessed you with not being in a bad situation. No one should be in a bad situation. It should be the default that you're not in a bad situation. You're not blessed. You have nothing to be grateful for, dude. It's just like you're just making it. That's the minimum standard. You're making it on a subjective level. It's like these people are nuts, dude. Anyways.
human beings possibly bridge these? Is there something here? Can human beings possibly bridge these gaps between them? Because it appears like we fucking can't. I'm gonna get back in the goddamn fight because people need to talk about what the fucking truth is, what reality is, where the fuck we are. Will you argue the fucking argument? Will you quote me and say how this quote about what the fuck our evolution is wrong and point out why it's wrong? Point out why it is not a hugely significant fact that we are evolved from a piece of goddamn chemistry that acquired the capacity to reproduce. A piece of chemistry had no ethics, no parameters for its evolution, nothing in mind beyond parasitic consumption and reproduction, beyond just consuming and reproducing. It's a damn significant fact. And it'd be nice if you people tried to argue from that point and not keep arguing, your hair's too long. And that's the bullshit you assholes are pulling. Oh, you said the fucking F word. Can't do that. No, I can do that because it's completely motherfucking irrelevant. And it's you assholes have the emotional problem. You're the ones emotionally reacting to everything. It's a dynamic anywhere we go where we have to veil ourselves. And the advantage of YouTube is that some of those inhibitions can finally be ripped off. We can tear them the fuck off. And we can reveal ourselves like in Planet of the Apes or something. We can be ourselves because this fucking little weasel camera is not going to scare me much. I can be more of me in front of that stupid little piece of plastic than I can in front of another human being. So I can get over the emotional barriers and I can get to the goddamn point. And all of us could do that if there wasn't a bunch of other people babbling all over the fucking place and talking complete shit. There's no fucking way that bullshit is the guidepost. You're revealing yourself when you start talking about infinitude. I just don't see how you could possibly have a concept of infinitude inside of you. It's going to get tainted with our personalities. There's no way of getting around that. The accusation is that you want to say there's something uniquely special about human beings, and it doesn't have anything to do with just the fact that, yeah, they're intelligent animals. But that's all we are. We're animals with a little more intelligence, with a little more knowledge. But that's it. There's nothing else.
Yeah, and for that fucker, it's not even intelligence, it's not even experience, it's just God said we're good, and God good because he give us rules, and rules good because God. And I hate being alive.
There, and you're implying there's something else there. Culture is dead and dying, and it's a good goddamn thing. Culture was that authoritative, yeah, that's the word to use, authoritative disambiguation. That's all fucking culture was. What's evolving is our knowledge base. It's the key thing. It's the real balls of this animal. The knowledge base. We know, we have facts and figures now. We're not deluded into thinking there's ether in our head, and we're not going to cut little holes to let the ether out and do all this other bullshit because we have the fucking goddamn facts now. It's everything. Knowledge is the game. There's lots of transitions. Something new is going to take place where there's a new controlling mechanism, a new paradigm, whatever you want to call it. There's this transition between non-sentient life and sentient life. And then there's this another transition between reasoning life and just feeling life. And then there's another transition, a really big one, when these rational animals, these thinking animals are capable of storing information, because now a whole new kind of evolution takes place, because now the knowledge base is evolving. I don't believe in fairy tales because they're fairy tales, because they're bullshit. I didn't need to be authoritatively disambiguated. Throw another one down. Keep throwing them out there. See what happens. What the hell? Might as well adopt astrology next. Right. The same old canard, the same old jive. You know, as long as the insults are 4 sentences long, they're okay. But if they're 2 syllables, fuck and card, no, we can't do that. We can't expedite the process of calling somebody an asshole. Can't just say asshole and get it over with. No, you have to say, well, your volume of knowledge on this subject seems to be deflated by a percentage that would overwhelm the possible permutations done on the slide rule of knowledge that's held in the... Fuck you. I mean, it's just a pile of crap. You commit the same crime, you just do it in this sneaky little way. You wear your little black costume and your little suit thingy, then you critique the other criminal who just walks up to the fucking door, punches the glass out, and takes what he wants. But fuck you, you're committing the same crime. The accusation is that you want to say the substance of our humanness is somehow detached from the desire machine. And that's the crap. I mean, that's the bullshit. The substance of what it is to be alive is the tingly primitive crap. Okay, that's the thing that makes you run. That's the thing that makes this whole thing work. Without that tingly primitive crap, all this elevated artsy fartsy crap only doesn't mean a goddamn thing. I mean, if it ain't tweaking your dick a little, it ain't doing shit.
Yeah, man. That guy was Muslim, so he was using the Quran, but when it comes down to it, same thing, no difference. People use the Bible every fucking day to justify the planet dying, justify the population, the earth, to justify all this shit. And it's fucked up, man. It's literally just like a 2,000-year-old barbaric ass religion that doesn't even have itself straight, because Jesus didn't have kids. Jesus didn't have kids. Jesus said there'd be times when mothers regret having children and would rule the day. Some of the more famous people like Kierkegaard and like Saint Augustine thought we ought to go extinct so that we can all be in heaven. Like, the Bible is just a bunch of hypocritical bullshit, and people don't understand what's the actual message is, and they're just willing to perpetuate suffering because they have little instincts, and they just want to use the Bible to justify whatever their instincts are. So, yeah, I mean, people will do anything to people use the Quran or people use the Bible to justify anything that's like just satiating their useless little wants. Just like that guy, he's just like, oh, the Bible said tainted meat, and I'm like, okay, well, think about how much meat's been engineered and edited by selective breeding for, it's no longer the same cattle as back in the Quran. He's just like, no, 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 no. By the Quran said, and he's like, he doesn't even process what I'm saying because I just fucking trumped him and went all around his like little bullshit religion thing. Because when I play the religion game, I win the religion game. So I used to be religious, and I'm a psychopath. I can twist your little religious words around in my little finger and fuck you with them if I want to. But typically I go the route of just being like logical, but that guy was like pure religious, like that guy fucking sucked Muhammad's dick like back in the day. Like if Muhammad's spear was here, he'd be like guac guac guac. So I had to play the religion game with him, and even he fucking was just so fucking daft that I couldn't even do that. So yeah, I hate religious people. I'm an anti-theist. So.
Work to
The
be
people
done
that
here.
just
Playing
join
the
just
role
see
of
me just
guardian and janitor is
making
gonna be
fun
fun.
of random
It's not
person
gonna
in this religion.
be fucking fun. And that's the whole fucking problem with this planet. There's too many people looking to say, where's mine? Where's the fun part? No. It's not gonna work out that fucking way. This place is gonna turn into a bigger pile of shit. There's nothing unpleasant about reality and evolution as a truth. It's just such a pile of shit. It's an incredibly disappointing religion. Consumption production for no purpose. What fucking good could come of that? It's fucking dangerous as hell. A little monster that just consumes and reproduces with no brain, no ethics, no anything. That's a bastard origin. And to say that's some sort of pleasant thought is bullshit. The prospect that we have no control over the future, there's no automatic happily ever after, there's no God, fairy godmother, all that kind of shit. It's a little bit of a downer, sort of a false premise. We could all be perfectly happy with the truth. No, because that truth, evolution, and all the responsibilities imposed on us, the only intelligent, truly intelligent organism on the planet, biggest brother, so to speak, or whatever you want to call it, we're the eldest, the most mature, and so we've got to take responsibility. We got to do all the babysitting. We got to do all the cleaning up of the messes. It's the automatic, logical consequence. We have to clean up the evolutionary mess. going to have to do things that are going to be inherently unpleasant. Because, yeah, we are a bunch of apes running around on this planet, and all these apes can't do whatever the fuck they want, so somebody has to stop them. Even though they'd rather be contemplating the universe, doing some other bullshit, they're going to have to deal with these real-world problems of all this human conflict created because we are fucking goddamn monkeys. Monkeys with big, giant guns. It's just bullshit. Another one of these blanket endorsements of 4 billion years of animals eating each other. Like, oh, look at the splendor of it. Evolution's a benign and wonderful process. Because it creates silly humans who think they're accomplishing something when they build little pointy things in the desert. You know, they get all gooey, and that's good enough for a 1,000-year war. It doesn't fill you with joy and happiness to realize we're insatiable little consuming and reproducing monsters, and that's what we are. We're selfish little bastards. That's the reality. That's the truth. And it seems you people are running just as fast from it as the religious fuckers. You're just running to different arms. You're running to the arms of the beautiful universe, and then running to the arms of the loving Jesus. Same difference.
Show a monkey to the average person, and he immediately begins to laugh. Monkeys appear so human, and they have a look of such serious concentration on what they're doing, that they parody mankind. We must either laugh at them or be horrified at a living caricature of ourselves. And so in self-defense we laugh, and regard monkeys as human beings is much more than
The problem is they're putting a future at jeopardy. If human beings just stop reproducing, then there's no problem. They take billions of animals and exploit them, torture them, and harm them. Then they do this to human beings. We are entered in a whole pile of shitty lotteries. And you're going to win some of those, guaranteed. Okay, if you enter,
You're gonna win the shit show round.
1,000 lotteries with one man winning each one, you're guaranteed almost to win one of those lotteries. And so we're all fucked. We all know what the end is. It's going to be something. We're doomed in a lot of ways. And the longer we live, the longer we're exposed to all this risk. And some people pay the risk. You don't pay it. Okay, again, the argument is this is a Frankenstein experiment. There's been no study. No information whatsoever, no logical statement, nothing stating why this experiment needs to take place, what is going to be accomplished by doing this experiment, and I can point out the huge risk of this fucking experiment, okay? That you're putting a whole bunch of sentient beings at jeopardy. There's likely to be another fucking goddamn Holocaust. Very likely that billions of people are going to be killed in a very slow, miserable, horrible manner. That future is huge. There's a ton of suffering sitting out there being exposed, and there's no evidence that human beings give a shit about any of that crap. And so my argument to you is you stop putting people on the roller coaster, I'll say fine, you ride it as long as you motherfucking can. You can fucking supertronic your brain, you can fucking build yourself a little steel cage, put your brain in, live there for 5 million years, do whatever the fuck you want to your own fucking consciousness. But your fucking arrogance to think you have a right to conduct this experiment and continue this fucking experiment when you have no efficacy document, no statement saying this thing makes fucking goddamn sense, or that this goddamn risk or this goddamn suffering is worth your petty little fucking glory chase, your goddamn little endless pursuit of your goddamn fucking cheese doodle. So fuck you. Do you do that? Yeah, that's right. I'm telling you the logical, provable, right thing for an ethical and decent human being to do is if he had the power to fucking eradicate the whole fucking thing with one little smash of his hand, it would be the moral and ethical thing to goddamn do. Because you people will not conduct the experiment in any kind of ethical, decent manner. You're irresponsible motherfucking pricks. You've admitted it. You keep reproducing for no good goddamn reason except your own fucking selfish self-indulgence, and then you glorify that. You say, well, it's great to be a slob. It's great to be reckless and sloppy and fuck everything to goddamn hell. It's great to take risks with other people's goddamn welfare. It's great to be a drunk fucking driver. Fuck you. You're goddamn Frankenstein. You're Dr. Frankenstein, sadistic, malicious motherfucking cunts. You don't have rights when you start imposing on other people. You're not giving birth to yourself. You're giving birth to a new human being who may not share your fucking values, and you have no right to put that consciousness in jeopardy. No fucking right. You're the imposer, and I would only be undoing the imposition.
I 100% agree. I mean, I only think there's only reason you could justify doing any harm to an animal is if it prevents a greater harm. And frankly, we're doing experimentations on animals that are like completely fucking useless. Like we just kill things just to kill things at this point. We literally like dump acid in the animals' eyes just to like see how long they like burn their sockets out and shit like that. Like we're fucked up. We to be fair, we treat humans pretty bad too. Not gonna lie. I mean, if you know like what happens during World War II in Japan, yeah, it was beyond. Yeah, let's watch that. Subscribe to Wendigoon. We're gonna watch one of his videos. Well, a part of it. We're gonna watch a part of his video. This is a warning, okay? What we're about to watch is beyond humanly fucked.
When discussing humanity's history and tales from our past, it's often comforting to look at those stories through a lens
This
of
channel is
superiority.
great,
After
by the
all,
way.
in the modern age,
So
people have more
subscribe
information
to him
and
if
are
you
more
haven't.
connected to each other than they ever
And
have
watch
been
this
before.
video
So when
if
we
you
look back
haven't.
at tragedies and
If you
atrocities that
can
people have committed,
stomach
it's easy
it.
to apply a label of ignorance and just say that they weren't in the same position that we are now, so it makes sense that they did the things they did. But regardless of any label or explanation that you could come up with, it's hard to justify the evils of Unit 731. Unit 731 was officially a public health department within Japan during World War II. Although now we know, as the years have revealed, Unit 731 was in actuality perhaps the most disturbing case of human experimentation ever. The actions that Unit 731 did for the perseverance of a country and an idea is hard to imagine any person doing for whatever selfish reason, much less the entire efforts of a military and government. So today,
Basically,
we're going to talk about the history
we're
and
just gonna
tragedy of
skip to right
hadn't
here.
read anywhere before that kind of stopped me in my tracks. There's at least one recorded instance of friendly social interaction. So many disturbing things. As a matter of fact, I knew a lot about Unit 731 because I covered it on the disturbing movie Iceberg. At the end of World War II, in places like Nazi Germany, it's like they were like rapping on the gates of death, just going to go out in a blaze of glory. But this was a group of scientists who did it for a couple decades, like how, or at least the intensity of it for 5 years, right? Like we don't even have the excuse that they were about to die or they thought they were just going to bust hell wide open. Like it was just a continuous, thought-out evil with seemingly no purpose that was signed off by members of governments, military, and the scientific community. And that's what makes it so terrifying. Perhaps the worst fate of anyone in Unit 731, or I'll say definitely the worst fate, was of the pregnancy studies. So as mentioned, the average lifespan of someone in Unit 731 was about 2 months. That number is skewed a bit because a lot of people who got there were killed within the first week. Things like the weapon testing. The
Now
reason
we
that the
even
average was about
test
2 months
nukes on
is
humans
because
in the
several of the
past,
studies
so
were women who
it's
were
fucked.
similar to the STDs, forcefully impregnated by either another prisoner at gunpoint
We
or
don't
by
even
one of the guards
respect
themselves.
human life.
Similar to the other diseases, a lot of them were dissected while alive.
Respecting animal life
so
is.
they could look at how the
I
fetus
hope
was
people will
developing.
do it
And in
someday,
other cases,
but you
the
know,
women were effectively used as a breeding stock
we don't give a
so
shit
that
really.
the researchers
Humans
could
are
have a fresh batch
idiots.
of infants for several of their tests, like the hypothermia test as mentioned earlier. And you know what gets me about it? Like I've looked at so
Yeah,
many
did
disturbing
you
studies
hear
forcefully
that?
impregnated by either another prisoner at gunpoint or by one of the guards themselves. Similar to the other diseases, a lot of them were dissected while alive at various points in their governments,
Their
military,
STD
and
testing, they
scientific
basically
community.
force the
That's what makes it
prisoners
so
to rape each
terrifying.
other
Perhaps
and
the
or get
worst
raped by the
fate
guards
of anyone in Unit
and
731, or I'll say definitely
impregnate
the worst
them
fate,
and then
was
do
of the pregnancy
autopsies
studies.
on
So as
living,
mentioned, the
live
average
pregnant
lifespan of
women
someone
while
in
they're,
Unit
you know,
731 was about 2
alive
months.
and conscious
That
until the
number
bodies probably
is
go into
skewed a
shock.
bit because a lot of people who got
And
there were
yeah,
killed within the first week.
just
Things
to
like the
do
weapon testing.
tests on
The reason that the
STDs
average
and
comes out to 2
STDs on the
months is
fetuses,
because several of
and
the
also have
studies were
livestock.
women who were
If you know
similar
what,
to the
for
STDs,
future
forcefully
infants to be
impregnated
tested
by
on
either
to see
another
how
prisoner at
an infant
gunpoint or
can,
by
you
one of
know,
the guards
withstand
themselves.
G-force and have
Similar
an
to
infant,
the
you
other
know. So you know
diseases,
this.
a lot of them were dissected while alive at various points in their pregnancy, just so they could look at how the fetus was developing. And
Yep,
in
that's
other
Japan, though.
cases,
That's
the
history.
women were effectively used as a breeding stock so that the researchers could have a fresh batch of infants for several of their tests, like the hypothermia test as mentioned earlier. And you know what gets me about it? Like I've looked at so many disturbing things. As a matter of fact, I knew a lot about Unit 731 because I covered it on the disturbing movie Iceberg. There is a film that I should have looked up before I started recording. There's 2 of them. There's Philosophy of a Knife, which I talked about in the disturbing movie Iceberg, and Men Behind the Sun. Both of them go into graphic detail about what happened at Unit 731. So I had seen those. So I'm like, wow, I already knew that, you know, the Japanese government did all of these evil, evil things to these people. And I, you know, knew about the frozen trials, knew about the chemical weapon trials, even things like the pregnancy experiments. So like I knew all of that going into research for this. But the part that threw me off that I wasn't expecting that I would see, actually, believe it or not, came from Wikipedia. Typically, Wikipedia is a horrible source to get information from because people can just change stuff, and sometimes they just flat out make it up. But whenever I was brushing up for this, I decided I'd look at Wikipedia to see how they had it laid out. And they had an account that I hadn't read anywhere before that kind of stopped me in my tracks. There's at least one recorded instance of friendly social interaction between prisoners and Unit 731 staff. Technician Naokota Ishibashi interacted with 2 female prisoners. One prisoner was a 21-year-old Chinese woman, the other a Soviet girl who was 19 years of age. Ishibashi asked where she came from and learned that she was from Ukraine. The 2 prisoners told Ishibashi that they had not seen their faces in a mirror since being captured and begged him to get one. Ishibashi sneaked a mirror to them through a hole in the cell door. And that bothers me so much more than a lot of the other information I read. And the reason for that is because, again, I'm pretty desensitized to just brutality, right? Like the number of historical stories I read about that has to do with people getting, skinned alive, or brutal executions. Like that's just history, right? It's bloody, it's brutal, evil's always existed. But as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, it is a lot easier to throw a label of ignorance on top of everything, right? Like we take it for granted in the modern age because everyone's hyper connected by the internet, right? Like what you're watching this video on right now. And it's really easy for us to take human connection for granted, to just say, well, of course I know that this other group of people is of equal worth as myself because I talk to them, I know several of them, I experience it. And it's easy to go in with that mindset and look at history and be like, oh, well, yeah, I could see how the Imperial Japanese would, be so tricked by their government because they just weren't as educated. They weren't as enlightened as we were, right? So it's easier to read stories about things like Unit 731 if you kind of turn your brain off and you're like, this was a group of people who just didn't see the others as human. And that's why these tragedies were allowed to happen. But then I read the story of a guard who saw two girls, young women, who wanted to remember what they looked like. And he recognized that they needed to feel something, that they needed to have that. So he broke rules and snuck them a mirror. And it made me cold. Because then it's not just a person who let themselves get tricked and convinced themselves that they were dealing with cattle, right? Which if these experiments were done with animals, I think we'd all still agree that it's evil and terrible. But maybe that was his mindset, right? That he's just dealing with animals. But to read that he took pity on two girls who wanted to remember what they looked like, terrified me. Because at least some of them were fully aware that these people were suffering and that was wrong. Not just that they were suffering and this was for the greater good, but that they were suffering and something should be done. And in spite of that, it kept happening. It was such a powerful force of government and people and the greater good that these tragedies kept going on. And the people who participated were well aware of the pain they were inflicting and didn't stop it. And that is so much worse than a group of people who were just following their orders and turned off their ears. This guy still had ears. He was still listening. And he kept following those orders. Along that same note of kind of the illusion of us versus them fading, there was one, I believe he was a guard there. Some said guard, some said he was like a research assistant. Someone who wasn't a high-ranking researcher named Yoshio Sudo, who got infected with the plague while he was there because, everyone's dealing with these volatile diseases. So one of the workers gets infected. So they cut that guy open. Like, I guess they figured, well, he's a test subject now. We're not going to let him go to waste. Who cares if he's Japanese? And they sliced him open too. It's interesting. While kind of the Japanese government's idea was, well, we're more important than they are, so they can suffer. But we see these glimpses of the Japanese who are infected being treated the same as everyone else who's infected, and also the Japanese recognizing that these people have emotions and feelings, and it makes the situation so much more scary in the end. And I think one of the reasons it is so scary is because
experimentation killed like
it's
thousands
saying, oh, well, if they just knew better, right? Like, oh, well, maybe if they didn't have to struggle for resources as much, or maybe if they were allowed to experience humanity from this other side,
populations and
maybe
stuff
then
like that,
they wouldn't have had to do the awful things.
Entire villages killed off by the bubonic plague.
You see instances like that.
So I highly recommend watching this video. It's really interesting.
It didn't change anything. Near the end of World War II, the Japanese government got desperate and decided to rely on Unit 731 for some kind of drastic measure against the United States. So, using the bubonic plague research that the Japanese had figured out, again by testing it on residents of China, the Japanese government put together a plan called Operation Cherry Blossoms at Night. The plan for this was to release the bubonic plague on San Francisco, and the attack was scheduled to take place on September the 22nd of 1945. But this plan never came to fruition because just over a month before September 22nd, America dropped the atomic bombs on Japan and ended the war.
Yeah, we were about to literally get fucking bubonic plague, guys, but we fucking decided to nuke them.
This evidence began with the prisoners, who were forced to either ingest poison or be shot before the facility itself was set on fire. And
literally a decade's worth of research into bioweapons was about to be released in the United States.
After the war was over, he immediately heard whispers of things like human experimentation. After tracking down Ishii and the other leaders of Unit 731, they confessed that some degree of human experimentation took place, but wouldn't give MacArthur specific details.
I'm not going to go through any of the rest of it, but it's really interesting because he goes through what happens to the members of 731. And let's just say the world has no justice. If you think evil gets punished in this world, you're dead fucking wrong. Nothing happened. Every single one of those fuckers got away with it, and they're basically went down in history for like medical history, and to be like, recognized as like, oh, like testing for this is like, like all of this research is known because of them. Like, wow. Like, yeah, pretty much like if you thought justice was served to these fuckers for literally torturing people to death, exploding people's head, the most lucky people in this trials died from weapons testing within the first week of being there. The most lucky people there just got riddled with bullets on a firing range. Everybody else was basically either gassed with chemical weapons and like bleeding to death out of their eyes, or they were given like various parasites and or venereal diseases and stuff. As I said, they literally raped like members to give each other STDs, and then they would dissect them live. You didn't die like, like in any possible. No one survived. There was thousands of people that were in this study in this research lab. It's like a mile long, huge radius, and not a single subject lived. Like thousands went in, none of them came out alive, and every single one of them basically died in brutal as fuck ways. And the most peaceful way you could die is getting riddled with bullets, basically, and or your head exploded by grenades. Like they would literally like test the fragmentation grenades they would test the fragmentation grenade like distance. So now we know the lethal distance of like we have like things like we have like if you look up like the lethality of fragmentation grenades online, there'll be answers for that, like, oh, how lethal is it, and you can get exact like ratings of like how lethal a fragmentation grenade is from like how far away at certain distances. You know how they figure that out? By having a bunch of Chinese stand around in a circle around a grenade until it exploded, and at different lengths. So basically, like one person, here's a grenade. They'd have one person here, another person over here, another person over there, another person over there, all a little bit further away from each other, but in different areas. So the fragments like would just like fucking blast everybody, and they would just like see like what people died, which people got majorly injured, which ones were like fine, and stuff like that. And that was the ones you would think were like practical. They were quite literally just like do studies where they would freeze people's arms and shatter them for the fun of it, basically, or just like random things like that for no reason. They would just like, oh, let's just see what happens when we freeze this guy's arm and shatter it with a hammer. Like, why not? Like they would do like shit like that. So like basically, this is like extreme. Like this is like one of the horrible things that happened in human history. But you just kind of have to ask yourself, like to all these people that think the world is worth perpetuating on. This happened. Yeah, this was the Japanese. The Japanese have done quite a bit. Let's just say they've done quite a bit, bro. You ever heard of the rape of Nanking? Let's just say Japan has some brutal war tactics. Here, I would learn about this actually in college, in one of my political classes, political science. Never heard of the rape of Nanking? Ooh, that's because history doesn't want to talk about the rape of Nanking very much. It's not a very positive event. If you think there's any hope for humanity whatsoever, just look at the rape of Nanking and ask yourself if you think that really there's any fucking hope that this species can ever transcend fucking animalistic bullshit. Keep up your good work. I have to leave, but we'll be back. Awesome. Yeah, I'll be streaming for like another 3-4 hours, I imagine. So, if you're come back in 3 or 4 hours, I'll see you again. But have a good night if not, or day, whatever your time zone is. But yeah, the rape of Nanking, the Nanjing massacre, history and facts. Ho ho ho. Let's see. This is gonna be fun. Little history lesson. Yup. History.com. Just so you know that this is a legitimate source. It's literally history.com. Um, yep. I watched a movie on this. It is one of the most brutal fucking movies ever, not gonna lie. Like, it actually, like, you're watching and you're just kind of like, okay, this isn't too bad. And then you're like, get like halfway through the movie and you're like, oh shit, this is actually really brutal as fuck. And it's like, it's a fucked up film, but it's really, really, really realistic to what the war was like. So, but like, even then, majorly dumbed down because you don't actually see any rape occur on screen. So it's not like, that bad, but like it implies that that's occurred to a couple characters. During the Shizhong Japanese War, Nanking, the capital of China, falls to the Japanese forces, and the Chinese government flees to homeland. to break the spirit of Japanese residents, Japanese General Matsu Ewing ordered the city of Nanking be destroyed. Much of the city was burned. The Japanese troops launched a campaign of atrocities against the civilians. Because, you know, to break a country, you break the spirit of the soldiers so that they no longer wish to fight. Rape the wives and children, essentially, and you'll break the man. And what became known as the Rape of Nanking, the Japanese butchered an estimated 150,000 male war prisoners, massacred an additional 50,000 male civilians, and raped at least the very minimum 20,000 women and girls of all ages, many of whom were mutilated and killed in the process, basically tortured to death in the process of being raped. Yep. It's basically the most brutal act of warfare that has ever occurred in like human history, pretty much. It's pretty fucked, honestly. It's like basically an entire city basically just burned to the ground and every single woman and child raped and murdered, essentially. So, yeah, basically, that was awful. Yeah, basically, it's a very horrible event. Imperialistic Japan was extremely fucked up, basically. So, yeah, imperialistic Japan had a really messed up history. Yeah. We also have a really messed up history. Like we're not that much better if you really think about it. The United States ain't much better. What we did to the Native Americans is pretty much just as bad. Raped, killed them all. Basically, they took their children, put them in re-education camps, massacred, and yeah, the largest massacre, school massacre in the United States, technically is like a Native American one from way back in the day. When we just basically executed like a ton of children. So yeah, basically, I mean, we're not much better. I mean, I can't say we're better, but at least we haven't. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we're not much better. I mean, okay, here's the thing. I'm gonna say no. I'm not gonna say a derogatory term. Basically, if you know what who Chelsea Manning is, I'm pretty sure we were talking about Chelsea Manning yesterday. Someone was like, "Fuck yeah, I love Chelsea Manning." But she released a bunch of stuff on like what people call people in the Middle East, and you know they call them like sand N-word. You know, they call them they call kids bite-sized terrorists, essentially. Um, they literally do double tapping, which is when you carpet bomb an area and then fly back over once the civilians come in and they carpet bomb it again. Yup. So basically, we're not that much better, but at least we don't actively. Well, here's the thing. I would say we don't actively rape people, but there was a time when we don't actively do it as a military strategy to rape people. That we don't do that. But when it comes down to it, like we've done some fucked up things. Like some squads have gone rogue and like smuggled drugs inside people's like chest cavities and stuff like that. You know. So yeah, America's fucked, but everything is fucked. Okay, every part of the world is fucked basically, especially the ones that are very capitalistic. It's just extra fun. But everything's fucked. Hence why we can't perpetuate this shit. We just need to fucking end it, man. We're no better than the animals. It's salsa, I must. Okay. It's gonna be an absolute. I love how this live stream is called EFIList Ethics. Changed my mind. I mean, it's just been me like talking about ethics a little bit, but like watching a bunch of videos that make people feel sad. We literally watched an old man die on camera. We watched a bunch of things on this stream today. If you weren't here for that, I think you were there for that. You were there for that, right? You if 12. You were there for when we watched the Terry Pratchett Choosing to Die documentary. Oh, I was, but I left. Yeah, understandable. No, it's a bunch of sad boy stuff. So when it comes down to it, yeah, this has been a wild stream. We're just educating people about the horrors of the world. Here, we should keep on educating about the horrors of the world. Okay, let's keep doing it. Let's just turn this into brand educating people about how fucking absolutely shitty the world is and how the price we pay for existence is extraordinarily high. But I understand why he did it. No, yeah, I mean exactly. Like he was terminally ill, so I mean, like I would do the same thing. Let's watch something awesome. Mr. Ballin. Yo. Nah, we're not gonna watch Mr. Ballin. We're gonna watch. And why not watch One to Do It Again? Yo, yo, yo. I got an idea. It might get me taken down, though. If I keep talking through it, though, here's the thing. I feel like, yeah, I'm going to do that. Here, I'm going to end the stream, but then I'm going to start the stream up immediately again. So be ready for that, okay? If you are actually tuning in, be ready for that. The stream is just going to dunk out, and then it's going to start back up, okay? But we're going to play music in the background. That's probably going to get me taken down. And due to the fact that I've played a bunch of things in this video, and I think there's probably a strong chance it's going to get taken down anyways, but at least those other things were just little tiny parts, and they might not take me down. I'm going to hope they don't take this down. And so basically, I'm gonna just end the stream. Hope that the other things that played in the stream won't get copyright striked. And I'm gonna play some music that probably will get me copyright striked. But if it doesn't, cool. But yeah, let's do this shit. Let's do this shit. Yo.